Okay, so we've now put in that building right there. So, oh, and we bought new equipment. All right. So we put this building in. This is where the, oh, what was here before? This is where the production buildings were before. And now we don't need those anymore because we're not doing peas. They were for peas. So I put these ones in here so that we have a place to store. Our brand new McDon, which is a swather. We're going to be putting in some grain for this year. And we're going to be using the swather to increase the amount of grain and straw that we get from these fields. So this is the new McDon swather. And then we got the old trucks in here too, all covered up so they're not out in the rain anymore. Got some equipment up here. And then over here, this is going to be our new bale storage. I know it's a really, really big building, but look at all the land we've got here. We have 22, 25, 38, 21, 20, and 19. And we just bought 44 and 45. So now we have a ton of land that is all going to be growing. It's going to be growing. I think we're doing rye this year. Chat, do we get straw from rye? Is there any? I forgot you were born in Germany, actually, Homer. I know you've told me that before, but I did forget. Dove, thank you for the 20 streak. Peachy, thank you for the 5 streak. Chat, is there anybody who's been playing this map that knows if we get straw from rye or not? Because I just realized I wanted to plant rye because it, you know, is the most Canadian thing we could possibly plant. But I do want to get a bunch of straw out of this. Do you guys know? Rye gives straw. Okay, we're going to send it then. This isn't rye. This is oilseed radish. So we have the chance to pivot here still. Okay, so that's everything we added. Then we added these two fields here. So this is 44. It's a 20-acre field. That's big. That's big. It looks small on the map compared to all the other fields, but this is a 20-acre field, and it has actually been combined with its neighboring field right here. So this is now all one field, although we'll need to do some testing on this probably. Actually, I'll probably just buy the soil information if we didn't buy it yet. Precision farm, let's just buy it. Purchase soil information, 3,600. Purchase soil information, look at that. 45 is like all loam, dude. That is so nice. I don't know why those are blinking like that, but it's freaking me out. And then we bought this one, but it is, it's grass, and it's actually grass that's ready to go. So, I don't know. What do we do with this? Do we just make silage for a harvest? It's probably the move, hey? Do a bunch of silage bales and then sell those when they're ready to go? Or do we do bulk silage? I guess we could do bulk silage at some point. I took some bulk silage. Well, no, because the silage will be ready to go long before we have straw. Use the McDon for the grass field. Unfortunately, its grass header is freaking tiny, dude. Like, it's microscopic. I mean, let me just take a look. At least it looks small, maybe. So the McDon header is 4.9 meters. It's not bad. How much is that dedicated mower? The big crone one. Hold on. I do like the idea of using the McDon. Mower 9.9. I don't know. Do we use the McDon or do we go big and use this? How much is that? 24K to rent. Can't we use the McDon? Question answered. I don't want to spend 24K renting that nonsense. We're going to use the McDon and then we'll figure out what we want to do with it. Whether we want to bale it or put it away bulk. I have no idea, but we'll sort that out. We all good here? We're all good. Wyatt, thanks for the follow on TikTok. Bookman, you're trying WRC today. Let me know how it goes, dude. Enjoy. That game is freaking awesome. Once upon a time, I had a question for you that you couldn't answer. It was, if you played on a console, would you play Farm Sim 25 or modded Farm Sim 22? Have you made your decision yet? Farm Sim 25. Now, especially on console, there's a little bit of a case to be made for modded Farm Sim 22 or Farm Sim 25 on PC, just because there are some crazy good mods for PC. But on console, Farm Sim 25 is without a doubt the way to go. Okay, so we use a grass cutter from the McDon pack. Should we just buy it? I'm actually not going to be cutting grass ever again. So you know what? We're just gonna rent it for 2,400 bucks, save a bunch of cash, and then what Which side does that go on? Probably this side. Do you have any good advice for a breakup? Do I have any good advice for a breakup? Man, not necessarily. I think breakups are kind of different for everybody and different in everybody's situation. I think probably the most basic advice I could give for anybody is like, go hang out with your friends. Like go hang out with friends. I would say try not to get into another relationship anytime soon. Go hang out with some friends and get out of the house. Don't just like sit in your room all day and feel awful. That's gonna make you feel worse. Other than that, it's really circumstantial, so I don't know if I have much more than that, but yeah, find some people to hang out with. That's probably my number one tip. Jacob Sims, Jasa, and RDS, thank you for the follows on TikTok, guys. I appreciate that. Buy her a mobile game and she'll break up with you? Huh? I don't think it was advice on how to get somebody to break up with you. I think it was advice of what do you do in the event of a breakup, not not how to get somebody to break up with you, dude. You're playing WRC while watching this? I'm glad you guys are doing some WRC, dude. I freaking love that game. It is so good. We'll have to play some of it at some point. No, because Sparx hope he doesn't need it. Amy is the best. That is true. That's true. I hope I will never need any of that advice again. But I know we always hope that, right? Probably every time. So not really saying much, you know. Is the MacDon pack worth it? Yeah, as long as you're actually gonna use it. It's a pretty cool mower, I guess. But I'll show you, and it won't be today because it's we got a lot of fields to process until we get there. But it's real good on fields, dude. It's fantastic to have. So I'll show you how that works a little bit later, but I doubt we'll get there today until we actually have stuff to harvest. This is oilseed radish that needs to be plowed. So we got some work ahead of us here still. If they did something that led to the breakup, then at least you didn't waste more time on them. If you did something that led to the breakup, get therapy. If you did something that led to the breakup, get therapy. I guess it depends on the severity. Yeah, I don't want to like pry into people's like specific situation and stuff like that, but you definitely the general advice I would say from what Sweetbit said is before you get into another relationship, learn from whatever went wrong in that relationship, whether it was your fault or their fault, or even just as simple as like, you know, it wasn't the right person, which is okay too. Whatever it is, take the time to learn from it, I think is good advice. Yeah. Currently working on a $120,000 plowing contract on Alma, Missouri. $120,000 plowing contract? You're going to be at it for a few years, dude. That is crazy. Oops. Oh, I don't want AI. I want to do this myself. Hold on. Do you think Case IH deserves the hate? Does Case get a lot of hate? There's a lot of Case fans around here, and in real life there's a lot of Case fans around here, and even in stream there's a lot of Case fans. Oh, this thing is fast, dude. Does Case get that much hate? I don't know. John Deere seems to get the most hate in my experience. I don't know who's hating on Case that much. Is that showing me the right field? Oh, it's combining the fields. Oh, I see. That's workable. We just need to, I was like, what the heck is going on here? We need to switch it to this. Otherwise, it's going to try and do the whole section. Okay, there we go. And we might need to run over this one more time by hand, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Around the EU, so much hate. Is it actual hate, or is it just like 13-year-olds on TikTok who grew up with daddy's John Deere's and are hating on every other tractor? Because that's like, honestly, 90% of the tractor discussions on the internet is literally just kids hating on the tractors that their daddy didn't own. That's the whole conversation. I haven't heard any actual hate towards Case. The most valid one is John Deere's like right to repair thing. which I think is deserved. But I haven't heard much from Case, honestly. Bauer, thanks for that follow on TikTok. Appreciate that. Welcome in. And boy, thank you so much, dude. Seriously. See, I'm a male for life. A single for life. Gotcha. I was like, yeah, most people are, but in my life, 2 of them cheated, so I'm happy being single for now. Dang, dude, that is crappy luck. I'm sorry to hear that. There's no justification for cheating. Cheating's for cowards. I hear people like try and justify it on the internet, and I've never heard any good justifications. It's always the biggest losers that I know. So I'm sorry that happened to you. Hopefully you find someone that will treat you better than that, of course. I just like versatile because it's Canadian. I feel like that's valid. Yeah, absolutely. For me, I love every tractor, but my favorite is probably New Holland or Case IH. That's fair. I don't think I have a favorite brand. Doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I just play them in the video games at the end of the day. Like, I grew up with kind of one of everything. New Holland, Ford, John Deere, probably some Case. We had a little international, like, we had them all. I'm not really that dedicated to any brands, you know? I feel like liking one for being Canadian is valid, though. That's a good reason. Best crop to do in Farm to 25? Any crops that you haven't done yet. That's the only correct answer to that question, is any crops that you haven't done yet, because those are the ones where the most amount of potential fun is. Crops you've done 1,000 times, you've already figured them out, you've used the equipment, you know the process. It's the stuff that you still have to learn that's really gonna be exciting. Anything you haven't done yet. A lot of people are just gonna tell you, you know, do soybeans because they make the most amount of money with the least amount of work. Screw it, dude. Go do something you haven't done before, and you're gonna have way more fun that way. This is the McDonald mower from the DLC. It's really good. I actually do. I like this pack. First time I've actually used it as a mower. We bought it because we're gonna need it for cutting our rye later, but for now it'll be good for grass. I'm just trying to figure out the game, and that's a good way to figure out the game too, right? Like, if you are still learning, trying all sorts of different crops, you're gonna learn something new every single new crop that you do. Do you have a code for a dedicated server? I do, actually. Yeah, so our server partner is Bisect Hosting, and our discount code is Sparx. I think you get your first month free, or first month 25% off or something like that. Command Bisect in the chat, we'll bring it up. They've been lovely. We use that one for Fence Line Feud, and that server has been great. We think we have a mod conflict right now that we gotta solve, but the server itself has been absolutely fantastic, dude. My parents and grandparents always only had John Deere, but I didn't hate because I just joke about it. Sure. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. B-I-S-E-C-T. Yeah, sorry. That's fair. B-I-S-E-C-T. Thank you, Vince. And yeah, the code for that one is Sparx. Just chatted to a 12-year-old that likes John Deere, and I asked why he said it, and he said it's because his dad has it. That's the main reason, honestly. A lot of farmers are like that. Like, it's not even kids. You could talk to adult farmers and they'll be like a diehard John Deere fan or a diehard Case fan, and you're like, well, why do you like them so much? And they never give you an actual reason. It's just like, oh, that's what we always used growing up. And like, I've seen adults say this. That's just what they grew up on, which, I mean, is fair. It's familiar. You may as well. It's a little weird to like hate on other brands when your reason to like a brand is because, you know, you grew up with it or whatever, but that seems to be the main reason out there right now. Do you know the Moser Racing farming joystick? Yeah. What? This Moser Racing farming joystick? Yeah, I do, actually. Generally, I would say it's a good kit. I have some problems with it. I do have some problems with it. This joystick, see how it's off to the side like this? That sucks. I don't really like that, because whenever you push forward on it or you push to the side, it tips forward, which is okay if you're on a driving rig, but the problem is on a desk, that's a huge problem. Also, the default key bindings are absolutely crap. Imperial Jedi, welcome in. Thank you all for joining. Pipstar, Feisty, Rami, Boodle, Wobble, Godboka, Wisco, welcome in, guys. Jedi, how was your stream? What the heck are you doing today? Boko, thank you for that follow. Tonk, thank you for that follow as well. What the heck are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. This is so weird. Usually we see you on a little bit later and we get to raid into you. How was your stream today? What the heck were you playing? You finally got the chance to raid. Well, we really appreciate it. If you got a raid and run, I totally understand. For those of you that may be in the channel for the first time, I see a lot of first-time chatters, and thank you all for the follows. Red Ginger, Feisty, thank you for the follows as well. I'm Sparx. I do a lot of simulator streams. We love raiding over to Jedi in the evenings around here because he's super chill and plays a lot of the games that we like. But I do a lot of simulators, a lot of farm sim. Tomorrow, every Sunday, I play a mining simulator with my dad. And then on Thursdays, we have a competition versus another farm sim streamer whose guts we absolutely hate. Make sure you let him know that. No, I'm just kidding. And we're racing to $1 million every single week on farm sim. Welcome in. Enjoy your stay. Blevinson, how's it going? Welcome in. And Rami, thank you for the follow as well. Stream was good. 24-hour stream for really? Okay. Then I'm doubling down on the if you have to raid and run, get out of here, go to sleep. 24-hour stream, I can't do it. I hate them. I hate 24-hour streams. You're a braver man than me, Jedi. Seriously, go find some food and some sleep. Or are you sleeping on stream? Because honestly, if I ever do another 24-hour stream, I'm sleeping on stream as well. A little raid appears. A little raid appears. Not a little raid, dude. Holy, after a 24-hour stream. Randall, welcome in as well. So we hate Austin, of course, but just like for fun. Like we for fun hate Austin. We don't for real hate Austin, but we gotta have beef. We don't have enough drama in our community, you know? We gotta make some up. Jedi, you want to start drama with me? Just like together, we'll just beef it up or something like that. We don't have enough, so we gotta pretend to hate Austin. I'm looking for other beef. I think that's what, like, you know, the LA streamers do, is they just start fake beef with each other. So figured we could just do the same thing. It'll work out. Take off there, hey, or something. Incredible. Oh, we got to make it super Canadian. That's true. It's the Bono glasses. They bring out the hate. That's actually valid. We'll make fun of his Bono glasses. I like that. Not Jedi's. Austin's Bono glasses. We only hate Austin when he kicks puppies. I forgot about the puppy kicker bit. That is genuinely mean. We got to come up with something less mean than calling him puppy kicker, dude. It's not true. I've never seen him kick a puppy, but I've never seen him not kick a puppy. So, I mean, it's still up in the air. I'll let you know if I see him around a puppy and if he tries to kick it or not, but we'll make sure we get evidence before we try any of that. Jordan and Teen, thanks for the follows on TikTok. LMG, thanks for the follow on TikTok as well. Try to get a decent farming stick. What's the best finance friendly to use? Finance friendly? Thrustmaster has this cheap joystick. It's like $25. It's the best finance one to use. There's also the Logitech 3D Pro. That one's super cheap and you can find it on like discount as well. But those are for PC. There's no finance friendly option for console. There's one option for console. It's this one. The Simtas Farm Stick is the only thing that works on console. Is that a sleep token shirt? Love it. You're the second person to call me out on that today. Thank you. Yes, it is. It is a sleep token shirt. I love Sleep Token, dude. They're so good. They need more albums though. I can only listen to Even in Arcadia so many times. So I need them to come out with more music. It's about time. Chop chop, Sleep Token. Let's get some more music out here. But you know what? If you like Sleep Token, try President, because like that's kind of scratching the itch for me in the meantime. Different vibe, like slightly different vibe, but still really good. My body needs a hot shower. I wish I could stay longer. No, Jedi, seriously, don't worry about it. Go take care of yourself. I'm already concerned about you after a 24-hour stream, because I know how I feel after a 24-hour stream, and it's horrible. I feel terrible. Sparx, you were a sheep killer? I killed 2 sheep one time, okay? It was an accident. I thought that the truck would phase through the sheep. I don't know why they made it so you could kill sheep in that game. It doesn't even make any sense. It adds nothing to the game. And so I was like, oh, just drive through the sheep. I'll just phase through them like every other game. I didn't think there was gonna be like a death animation and sheep screaming and blood and like limp bodies flinging off the bumper. I'm sorry. How many times do I have to apologize for this? I shouldn't have just assumed. You're right about that, but it was still, I feel like they went over the top with it. It's an off-roading game. It's an off-roading game, and there's like sheep gore in the game, dude. There's like 10 sheep in the whole game. They spent more time on the sheep than they did on the rest of the game. The tugs hanging out of the body, yeah, dude, I'm scarred from that. It's burned into my brain. It's insane. What came to that happening? Man, I don't even remember. It's called, what the heck was that called? It's kind of like Snow Runner. You drive a truck in Peru or something like that. Truck Mechanic Dangerous Paths is the name of the game. But it's only dangerous if you're a sheep, because if you're a person, it seems to be perfectly fine. Oh, and the chickens. I did hit a chicken as well, but that was for science. I needed to know if the same thing happened with the chickens. So, yeah. That SCP game, okay, Prospis, yes. So, there is... Chad, somebody has made a Snow Runner horror game called Prospis. I haven't been allowed to talk about it until now, but yeah, so this game is basically Snow Runner, but you're hunting SCPs. It's like a horror type of deal. I don't know, freaks me out a little bit, but it is an off-road trucking game, so I do feel like we have to try it at some point. I'll let you know. We might do a stream with them and see how their game is. Go check it out in the meantime. Prospice. But yeah, just a heads up, it is a horror game. I'll look till you're done with Neanderthal, and what are you gonna play next? I don't know what we're gonna play next. I haven't looked into any more maps. Neanderthal, I'm not sure. But I think Next Harvest could be our last. Next Harvest could genuinely be our second last, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we'll have been farming so much land that it could be our second last, actually. We also have $400,000, not really sure where that all came from, so we're kind of loaded right now. I don't know what to spend it on. Maybe even more land. Like, we could prep more land, I guess. That was kind of the goal, is go land this time around and then do equipment on the next one. But we might actually end up buying more land here because I have a ton. Farming for Life, Reese, Rowdy, thank you for the follows on TikTok. Farming, Different Farming, thank you for the follow on TikTok as well. I appreciate that. I run a swap there like that, IRL. I just finished cutting barley for silage. You guys do barley for silage? How early do you cut the barley for silage, Peter? Or is it like a failed barley crop that you guys just decided to silage? That's interesting. I've never heard somebody doing barley for silage. This save is about 120 hours long now. 120 hours long now. I don't think it'll hit 200. It kind of depends on if we do plan to do cattle or not. I'm kind of back and forth on cattle right now, but we'll see. Upgrade the combine, maybe. I'm in an annoying spot because I can't upgrade the combine. If I sell the current combine and use that money to upgrade, I can't actually get anything better. There's this weird jump in the combine scaling. So what I might do is buy the land and then buy another combine and another tractor in the following year. I kind of want to combine all of this into one big field though, so we can use bigger machines. That would mean cutting this tree line though. Not sure how bad I want to do that just yet. So we'll see. We spent a lot of time cutting trees last time we played on this map, so I'm a little burnt out of trees at the moment. Did I hear you doing cows? I said maybe we're doing cows. You want to check for the cat? Sure. See if she's there. Oh, she's not there right now. We got the cat cam set up, and Petunia has not been in her spot since I set it up. She was bouncing off the walls when I started stream, so might be a while before she comes for a nap, but good reminder. We'll see if she joins us sometime in the stream. She's not there as much when I stream as when I'm just working or playing games in here on my own. But we'll keep checking the cat cam, see if she's there. How do you mount your hardware? I use a rig called the Next Level Racing GT Elite. It's a railed rig with a ton of different add-ons. They've got like flight and farming and racing add-ons for this. I got them all. I got the flight stuff. I got the farming stuff. I even bought I got some mounts on Amazon that I use to mount these joysticks, and it's pretty sweet. That's pretty good. Not on WRC today, not on WRC today, but there's a rally for you guys to join. It is active in the club right now. If you go to the Twitch, oh, we can do this now. If you go to the Twitch and you go command club, exclamation point club, you type that into chat. The link for the club will pop up there and you can click it. You can join the club. You can join the rally. Go put your times in there. We're driving in Mexico at the moment. I didn't quite put enough, couple of warnings for you. I didn't quite put enough service stations. So take care of your car. Don't be too risky too early. Take care of your car. There's not quite enough service. The other thing is, keep in mind there is no assist. So if you are expecting assist, don't crash your car 10 seconds in. Go do a run, practicing no assist, and then go do the actual rallies. It'll run for 30 days though, so you have time. Yinzers, thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you for Perp. Thank you for putting that club link up in there. Appreciate that. I got a JCB, and my joystick is so sensitive that it keeps opening the freaking door. Wait. Why is your joystick opening the door? You can't even open the doors in this game. Do you have some sort of mod or something like that? What are you talking about? Go. Oh, Yinzers, thank you for coming in from that raid, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming in with Jedi. Some streamers use a shot caller. Just saying, you're not allowed to do that anymore, dude. We'd have to move to kick. We'd have to move to kick if we if we wanted to use a shot caller. I think it's banned on Twitch and TikTok now, unfortunately. Oh no, I think you can use it, but you can't put it on your neck. I don't know. It's a little bit weird about the terms of service right now. But personally, I don't really want to wear a shot collar anyways, so maybe I'm not too concerned about that now that I think about that. JCB's a mod, and when I turn my stick to the left, it opens the door. Oh, I getcha. I getcha. It wasn't a failed barley crop. It's a very popular crop for silage. Where in the world are you, Peter? Without like doxing yourself, where are you? Barley it's common because it's not like internationally. It's not a popular crop for silage, honestly. But like I've never heard of somebody doing barley for silage. Typically corn. Southern Saskatchewan. You're Canadian. No way, dude. Me too. I'm in Alberta. Really? And you guys do a lot of barley for silage down there? In southern Saskatchewan? Not corn? Why not corn? I feel like you get more mass out of corn. Joey and Ben, thanks for the follows on TikTok. Not that I'm saying you're doing something wrong. I'm actually just interested in learning what the benefits of barley silage are. You can do barley silage in this game too. I've never actually tried it. Usually I just do corn because of the mass, but barley silage would be kind of interesting. You're literally driving that swather in real life or in game? I see a lot of these, not necessarily this exact model, but you use a lot of swathers here in Alberta too, just to manage the moisture and stuff. My dad loves John Deere because when he was young, he blew a hole in the side of the engine block of his 4020 and it just kept going. I feel like, first of all, how did he blow a hole in the side of it? Secondly, that's a pretty good recommendation. Like that would also make me stick with one brand for a while if I could blow it up and it would keep working, dude. You use a lot of MacDon where you are? Yeah, here. So I'm in southern Alberta now, so it's probably a little less common out this way. But I was in northern Alberta before, and we used to see swathers all the time. It's just wetter up there. So I think it was just easier to cut and like tet it down and stuff like that and just dry it off a little bit faster. Too dry for corn, so we do barley or alfalfa. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I guess corn would be hard the further south you go. No, that totally makes sense, Peter. That's good to know. And you're from Saskatchewan as well. What the heck? That's crazy. It's funny, look, BS gamer play work. Jason, you're on TikTok live, buddy. Go get a job. Go pour some concrete or something. Like, provide for your family or something. Get off TikTok live. What are you talking about? You can't make fun of us for playing games all day. You're on TikTok live, dude. That's crazy. Give us your man card. You lost it. It's gone. It's gone. You can't have it anymore. You're gonna have to get something else. How do you don't get out of the 2-week farming phase? it's okay to get out of the 2-week farming phase. It's totally normal. I think a lot of people see that as a problem. And I see this in a lot of games. You know, you very commonly hear this with Minecraft, and you hear this with Fortnite or Roblox. So you play it for 2 weeks, you have a good time, and then you're done with it after 2 weeks. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. If you play a game, you get 2 weeks of fun out of it, you know, a couple times a year or even once a year. That's just gaming, dude. Like, that's totally okay. I would say don't worry about that. Enjoy the 2 weeks. My advice for playing as long as possible is play on a more hardcore setting. Have a goal. Don't use government subsidy signs. But frankly, if I got 2 weeks a year out of a game like this where I was playing with my friends or just playing on my own and having a great time, that seems okay to me. That seems totally fine. Lucas, thank you for the follow on TikTok, dude. Appreciate that. I'm new here. What game is this? Didn't you hear, Homer? This is Minecraft, obviously. We're just talking about Minecraft. Come on, dude. Keep up. You're falling behind. New Minecraft to play, and you're asking me what game this is. What do you pay to go to the movies or the amusement park? The movies, I mean, you could get a ticket for like 20 Canadian dollars or less in some cases. It's the food that gets you. Like, if you're going to get, you know, go with 2 people, couple of tickets, popcorn, maybe some drinks and some candy, you know, you're looking at like 70 Canadian dollars probably. Amusement park, those actually tend to be a little more expensive around here. It's been many years since I've gone, but a little more on the pricey side for amusement parks. It's also, amusement parks aren't as common in Canada because it's winter for much of the year, and you can't really do amusement parks in the winter time. So you don't really see a lot of amusement parks here. We do more like festivals and stuff like that. So here in Calgary, we have the Stampede, and they pretty much build an amusement park for the Stampede, as well as do like a rodeo and some food and stuff like that. Those kind of things are a little more common around here. Compare that to the price of a game and the time you get out of it. That's typically what I like to do too. You know, when I think about the price of a game versus the other things that you can do in your life, and whatever else it is that you may like doing. Like, I don't really like going to the movies, so it's not a good example for me. But like going out for dinner, going out for a nice dinner with friends, that'll cost you like 50 bucks here. If I get 20 hours out of a $50 game, you know, I've probably had my value out of it. Some people do get upset when I say that video games are actually well priced. I'm aware that video games are more expensive than they've ever been, at least in terms of the number. Like, when you scale for inflation, even not really, to be honest with you, but the number's the highest it's ever been. But they've always been a good deal compared to the other thing you could do in your life. Or say, like, even now, they are still a good deal versus the other things you could do in your life. Now, I want companies to keep them as cheap as possible because I still think that the more people that can get into gaming, the better. The higher the prices, the harder that is to do. So I don't want them to raise the prices, but secretly I still think that they're still a great deal, generally. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have $90 slop out there. Don't get me wrong. We still have garbage games that are charging way too much. We still have these insanely predatory pricing models. We still have these like limited edition versions of games that are absolute scams. Like, there's a lot wrong with video game pricing, but price versus value is still there, thankfully. Callaway Park? What's Callaway Park? Sorry, I'm new to Calgary, so I don't really I don't know all the exciting places to go just yet. But here in Ontario, last time me and my family went to Canada's Wonderland, it was about $100 a person. That's not worth it. That's not worth it for me. I mean, I don't really like rides that much, but dang, that is brutal, dude. I'm not using Beam Eye Tracker right now because if I look at the chat, it like moves the in-game view and it's really disorienting. But I did have a really good time with Beam Eye Tracker. Try it with the free version, and then you can either buy the full version or you could look into something like OpenTrack. I think OpenTrack is free. It's just not as user-friendly as Beam. Beam is like a packaging for OpenTrack. But yeah, good service, honestly. Shane, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that too. Welcome in. We started combining lentils yesterday at 45 bushels an acre. Last year they did 18. I was gonna say 45 bushels an acre is awesome, dude. That's That's a good year. That's a good year. Yeah, I'll show you the assorted tractors that we use as we use them. I think we'll have to run a... I'll probably end up doing a windrower this time, just because we're using kind of a small cutter here. So I'll grab a windrower and we'll rip that up and down a little bit. See if we can't clean this up a little bit here. Got a few more passes on this guy. Where are the 3 headlands? It's grass, so we're not gonna cut headlands first on grass, because we could drive over grass a few times. That's totally fine. If this was something like a wheat or some sort of grain, then we would do the headlands first. But we're just gonna do the inside first, and then we'll just cut the headlands last. It's typically grass, like headland grass isn't even that good, anyways. Har and Tractor and Wuhan and Shane, thanks for the follows on TikTok. Welcome in. Oh my God, Noah, welcome in. How you doing, dude? Here, oh, for $100 a person for Wonderland. Yeah, the closest one that I had in terms of an amusement park is called Galaxyland. It's in West Edmonton Mall, and it is it's an all-year-round indoor amusement park, and then they have an all-year-round indoor water park as well. Because it gets so cold, you can't really do those things outside, especially all year round here. They were pretty pricey last time I went. They're cool. One of those things where you for sure go once if you're in the area, but probably not a yearly thing, at least for me. But I'm kind of the wrong person to ask, because I don't like rides. If I'm gonna do some sort of like machine-based fun activity, I want to be driving the thing, whatever it is. Bumper cars are actually a little bit fun, but like roller coasters, I'm not interested in. The things that swing you up in the air, they're fine. They're fun for a little bit, but I want to drive something, you know? When I was in Vegas, we went to a place where you can operate construction equipment. That's my kind of amusement park, dude. Let me operate some construction equipment. They even had like little ones for kids, like little 1-ton excavators for kids and stuff like that. It was pretty cool, but that's my go-to. No, this is a single player one. Did you buy the grass cutter with IRL money? Did I buy the grass cutter with IRL money? This is a DLC, if that's what you're asking. I think this came with the year 1 pack. So it is a DLC, but there's other swathers on the mod hub. You won't be able to get this one specifically, but there's other swathers out there for free on the mod hub if you want to use that. This one is really well made. Like, this is very high quality. I'm very happy with this. And it's a cheap DLC. I don't mind paying $5 for something like this. This is good. It also doesn't just cut grass. It does grain as well, which is the reason we actually bought it. I just needed to cut some grass, so now we're doing it here too. Is it confirmed that on console you'll be able to run dual farm stick? It is. That actually is happening. So on console, as of last week, I think, you can officially run dual sticks on both Xbox and PlayStation, and it should just be plug and play. The only thing I'm unsure about is how to hook up that many USB devices. Like, I don't know, are consoles, has anybody done this yet? How did you guys end up hooking it up? Like, can consoles use a USB extender? I know Amazon Basics makes a good one. I'd show it to you, but it's literally in use. I know Amazon Basic makes a good one. Is there anybody else that makes like good console compatible USB extenders? Because I know some consoles only have 2 ports, but you need an adapter. I used an adapter. Do you have to buy it directly from Sony or Microsoft, or were you able to do it with just like an any brand adapter? Which I know consoles are a little iffy about what you can and can't plug in, and so I'm not really sure how they feel about adapters or if they sell their own, but I'd like an answer to that so that I can help people set this up, actually. Caleb Ray and Zoink, thanks to the calls, guys. There's a free Agco swather on the mod hub. I don't know if it gives a yield bonus for sure, but I think it does. That would be good. That'd be good. Because, yeah, the benefit of the McDon is you get a wicked yield bonus on just on grain. I don't know if this actually gives you a bonus to grass. as I'm in the middle of cutting grass. I hope it does, because that would be very nice. But I'm pretty sure the bonus applies to grain. Otherwise, this would actually be worth it. It's just kind of handy to have if you've already got a swather, you know. Can you turn the seat around in the thing like IRL? Yeah, you can actually. Here, take this out. So when you want to transport it instead, you just click this button here. The jump seat folds up, and now you can drive it this way on the road and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. Turn that back around. There's actually a few tractors in this game that can do that. If they could do it in real life, typically they could do it in game as well. Hey. Get back on that next line here. Can I run 4 farm sticks, 2 for the hands and 2 for the feet? On PC, yes, you can, Noah. You actually can. If you want to like grip the bottom joysticks with your toes and use that to control them like this, that would absolutely work. Because I know you were always telling us that you have creepy, weird, long finger toes, and that you wish you could use joysticks with your feet. But yeah, you absolutely can. You're just gonna need a USB adapter and 4 joysticks at least, obviously, and you'll be good. You can change the brand on it too. The mower teds grass as it mows. Wait, you can change the brand on it? Oh, on the other one. I thought you meant on this one, on the Eggco one. I gotcha. That'll teach him for asking stupid questions in chat. That's good to know about the Eggco one. I might have to go check it out. Adam, welcome in. Good to have you. What brand tractors are you running on the farm? I have a Ford and a Fiat. I sold the Fendt. I got 2 Fords. I got 2 Fords and a Fiat right now. And then we'll probably upgrade to a John Deere for our big boy tractor, but we won't do that until the next harvest season, because we're gonna need like $1 million to make that happen. Droid Spar is okay. Yeah, I used one in my last save, actually. They're pretty cool because you can get them for cheap. And a decent amount of horsepower. It's like 250 horsepower for relatively cheap. So I ended up picking one separately. If you can only get a yield bonus from swathing IRL, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, no 25% yield bonus for IRL swathing. Just less mold. The bonus is you don't get moldy wheat, I guess. So I'll take it. Rushy, thank you for the follow. Yes, Out of War tomorrow. We'll be back on Out of War with my dad tomorrow. I don't know if they've had their update yet or if they've set a date for it, but I'm looking forward to it. Sometime soon. Calmar says, I feel like you're ignoring my question. Calmar, your question is not on my screen. Calmar, resend your question. It's off my screen already. I only see like 5 of the last messages, so if I miss it, it's gone. But if you resend it, that I could try and answer it. Hello, Maple. How's it going? Welcome. Do you use the farm stick to change gears on farms to 25? That would genuinely be its worst use to... okay, I already answered this guy's question, so he's going to get a timeout in the meantime. Yeah, I mean, you could use a farm stick to change gears. That would be the worst use for it. Like, I have a shifter to change gears instead. I think that's probably better. You could use a farm stick to do it too, but it has way better functions than changing gears, like actually controlling the different axes on the device and stuff like that. Centurion, thank you for that heart, and Duncan, thank you for the heart as well. Welcome in. I used a cheap multi-USB adapter on my Xbox and have mouse and keyboard and flight sim stick. Okay, so just use whatever. So just buy something cheap, I guess, for your console to set up dual sticks. And then if it doesn't work, it's no big loss. I use a couple from Amazon Basics that are good, although last time I looked, they weren't there. So you might just have to find something else. I really wish they kept those because it was like a 3, what was it, 4? I don't know what. It came with a lot for not very much money. Update came out on the 28th. Wait, the update for Out of War is out? No, really? Seriously? Like the big one? Like excavators and the new map and stuff like that came out on the 28th? No way, dude. If that's the case, we'll probably play it tomorrow then. If it was the big update with the new map, I think we'll play it tomorrow and see how it goes. That would be sick, dude. Yeah, there's supposed to be some crazy new map, kind of like farm sim style with like sale points and stuff like that. They're doing the excavator and wheel loader overhaul, like physics overhaul. Lighting overhaul is happening as well. It's a big one. Dude, if that happened on the 28th, I'd be pretty excited. I have to check this. Sorry, I gotta check this. I gotta see if this is true because I really wanna know if this happened. I don't think I've updated anything on Steam in a little bit, so I'm just gonna tab out real quick. I wanna see. Okay, nothing in there. I don't have an update here waiting for me, but maybe it updated when I wasn't paying attention. No, not on the stable branch. There might have been an update to the beta branch, but there's nothing on the stable branch yet. Okay, that's okay. That's totally fine. We play stable branch. There might have been an update to the beta, but we'll wait until stable comes out. Is the Thrustmaster Simtask pack with the T128 and the farm stick worth buying for $260? Yes, for $260, absolutely. And that's actually, I feel like that's a pretty good deal. Does that kit not usually cost more than $260? Yeah, that seems great. That was a good kit. It comes with the tilt kit, one joystick, and the T128s. That's a great starter kit, to be honest with you. And that also seems like a good price. I don't know what it usually costs. How do you activate Amazon Prime sub? Go Command Prime in chat. Oh, you'll have to go to your settings on Twitch and connect your Prime to your Twitch account. And then go Command Prime. Not trying to be rude, but he can't always get to everyone's questions. Stop saying he's ignoring you. A little bit blunt, but you're right, Dom. Yeah, I'm sorry. It does happen. Sometimes I miss questions. Sometimes I'll even say resend the question and I'll still miss it. It does happen. I'm answering 2 chats. There's a lot of questions in both chats. Feel free to re-ask, but yeah, if you just sit there and complain that people are ignoring you, the mods will probably deal with it, to be honest. I'll get the questions as soon as I can. Worst case scenario. You can put a ticket in the Discord. If for whatever reason it's a busy day and you can't get a question through, you can either at me in the Discord or you can put a ticket in the Discord. That's totally fine. I'll try and answer as many as I can on stream. But yeah, there's obviously like a lot of people asking questions, and sometimes I go back and I watch stream and I notice how many I miss. It drives me crazy because you just can't get them all. Yeah, you suck at reading chat. Look at how much mental capacity this takes. I have to turn this around and put it on the GPS line and hold the pedal down. It's like, that's a lot of work, dude. I mean, I'm swamped here. This is the mental load of driving this harvester. I gotta drive in a straight line. Do you know how hard it is to keep in a straight line, dude? It's insane. It's so much work. I feel like I'm doing a really good job considering, you know, the amount of productivity that I'm maintaining at the moment. How does the cam work? I gotta test it right now. Oh, I don't have it hooked up to anything yet, but the Petunia cam is right over there. She's not in there right now, so no kitty, but I just have it set up to buttons right now. I got the cable today, right before stream. I got the cable, and so I can now turn it on manually. I'll let you know if I see her in there. And then I gotta still figure out ways to get you guys to control it, but that's actually the hard part. So working on it. Cam's all set up. We can now activate it, but we'll get it hooked up for you guys too. Your 2 brain cells are fighting for 10th. My 2 brain cells are fighting for 10th? That implies that I have 9 other brain cells that are doing work, JB. That's pretty good. Hi, Mike. Welcome in. Make us use points this year. I want to do everything. I want you guys to be able to do anything. How many subs to showcase it? What do you mean? I just did it for free. I'll just press the buttons. It's all good. But I want you guys to be able to use anything to do it. Channel points if you have them. Bits if you're out of channel points. Like, I want to make it so you guys can do whatever to activate that camera. It's just absolute nightmare to get it set up. So how do you get your tractor to stay so straight? I'm using the GPS system in the game. It's actually, I was just joking around. It's not actually that hard to keep the thing in a straight line. I use the GPS system that's built into the game. So I'll show you. So you go to the end of the line, you hear that ding. That means we're at the end of the line. We lift up. We line up approximately where we think the next line is. Back up a little bit. Then we put the header down, get it on a new line, press that button, and that's it. And then I just hold the throttle. And frankly, if I had the cruise control active, I could just set the cruise control and not even touch any of my controls. But now it's just going perfectly straight. Sometimes it drops that GPS line. I still don't know what that's from. I think one of my devices is inputting a bad signal and telling it to stop. But I couldn't tell you which one it is, so I can't fix it. You can also show the GPS lines. Yes. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Like that. So most people see this when they use the GPS. Once you get familiar with the system, you can just turn them off and then it's more realistic. You're still using them. Like you can see, I'm still using the line as normal, but I just turn them off because I don't visually need to know where the lines are. You can just kind of space it out in your head. And as long as you're close, it'll grab the right line. So with enough practice like that, you never even have to see the lines, honestly. Use GPS, turn it off, and farm like a real farmer. Okay, Goose, there are more farmers farming with GPS out there than there are farming without it at this point. Okay, actually, probably the places that, like, don't have GPS offset that quite a bit. But, like, any farmer these days is running GPS, dude. They're watching Netflix in the cab, scrolling TikTok. They're not even paying attention to this, dude. GPS, if they lost their GPS, they'd be complaining about it all day, 100%. My line selection bugs out too often for me to not see them. It's harder on the small equipment. Like if you're using really small single row equipment or stuff like that, you basically have to have them. The larger the equipment, the easier it is to catch the right lines. But there are some tricks for like figuring out which line you have to be on and stuff like that. I was gonna make that joke, Yinzers, but I thought it would have been a little too PG-18 for me to make on stream, but that actually was what I was gonna say. Casey, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Appreciate that. Mostly because I've heard farmers say that they do that, which is horrifying. Now you know where your food comes from. Sweet Bit, thank you for the 210 stream streak. I appreciate that. Hayden and Casey, thanks for the follows on TikTok. I appreciate that too. Wait, Sweet Bit, did I say TikTok? Twitch. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. Nice joke there. Don't worry about that. Gotta sneak some in, dude, you know? You enjoy watching people play Farm Sim? I do too, actually. Watching Farm Sim is incredibly satisfying. I also really like those videos where they do it. They go like this perspective right here, and then they speed it up and just put music on it, and they show the whole field being done in like 30 seconds. Those are so insanely satisfying. I freaking love those. I love seeing those on TikTok. I think I did one once. I tried one once. I want to do another one that's a little more satisfying, but I thought that was pretty good. How do you drive a 2-farm stick? It's kind of confusing how you do it. Not every machine uses 2 farm sticks. So like this machine, this doesn't do anything for this machine. It's absolutely useless. Here, let me move that camera over. This one literally just uses a steering wheel, and then I use the camera, like I control the camera with this one, and all my buttons are on here too. So the GPS buttons, lifting and turning off and on the cutter, stuff like that. But typically I'm just driving with one, if that. The ones that use 2 are things like an excavator, and those, until you've used it, it is a little confusing. You'd actually surprise yourself how fast you'd figure it out. But basically, every axis does something different. So left and right tilts the whole cab left and right. Forward and back moves like a certain portion of the big arm forward and back. And then the right one, left and right, moves the bucket in and out and a different portion of the arm forward and back, basically. And you don't have to think about it that hard once you've been doing it. Even just for a couple of hours, your brain just starts doing it. It just figures it out and it goes. And then typically you have pedals which control your tracks. So a lot of the vehicles that use dual sticks also have tracks instead of tires like this. And your pedals are actually what's controlling that. They also usually have a couple of switches on the joysticks that'll do that as well. This map is Nadenthal, Manitoba. It's based out of Manitoba, and it's pretty good. We want to do like a Canadian playthrough. Farm Sim is like a digital Zen garden. It actually is. That's such a good way. That's such a good way to put it. It's like a digital Zen garden or chia pet or something like that. It really is. Like, you just take the time to run your farm, and it's about enjoying the process, though. Like, you can't play this game and expect to get a lot of action-packed excitement. It is like a Zen garden where it's the process that you have to enjoy. It's not about getting anywhere. It's not about, you know, making as much money as possible, although that's fun in its own way. It really is just for people who enjoy the process. I agree with that. Hi, Aaron. Welcome in. I'm doing a seismic mission on SnowRunner, and I remembered why I didn't want to do it for so long. Those are annoying, dude. Those are annoying. What Thrustmaster do I have? It's a T598 that we've got hooked up right now. It's pretty good. We were using it on some rally yesterday, and it did very, very well. Only complaint with the T598 is that the pedals have an inner dead zone that I feel like should be more adjustable. It's a little too high by default, but I wish you could just adjust it down a little bit more. But it's such a minor complaint. Once you've been practicing with it for a while, you no longer notice it. It's just, I'm very picky about my my pedals and stuff like that. Hi, Adamar. Let's go with Adam. How's it going? Welcome in. Is this still on a rags to riches? Yeah, all of my saves are a rags to riches, whatever you want to call it. I call them start from scratch, but I guess most people call them rags to riches. All of my saves are, actually. It's my absolute favorite way to play this game. I honestly, anytime somebody asks me how I get so many hours, that's just what I tell them. I'm like, do a start from scratch, rags to riches, whatever you want to call it. Best way to play, dude. I've been stuck between trees in the muffler of a forest for like 30 minutes now. That sounds about right. Oh, on SnowRunner. That definitely sounds right. I'll do that on Farm Sim too. On SnowRunner, 100%, dude. I don't really have an answer for you for like best map. I mean, there's a lot of good maps out there. I will say a lot of people try and put too much on the map. Like, the map is a very small okay, it's not a very small portion, but the map is only a portion of what makes your gameplay fun. Just pick a map that looks moderately interesting and then make some goals for your playthrough. That's gonna pay off way more than like finding the perfect map. I feel like a lot of people bounce map to map really quickly because they feel like they don't like the map that much, but what they're really missing is the actual gameplay. In my opinion, the best maps for the first time actually in Farm Sim, those two base game maps, the new ones, are some of my favorite of all time. Riverbend and Hatan are a couple of my favorites. Silver Run Forest was a DLC map from Farm Sim 22. Now it's a mod map in Farm Sim 25. This one's okay. I'm not super crazy about this one, but it's cool. Honestly, sort by popularity, and you'll probably have the best luck for maps. I have a logger in real life, and when I finish a shift, I'd always jump on logging on Farm Sim 22, 2,000 hours. Dude, logging in Farm Sim 22 was my favorite way to play that game. In fact, I didn't even really like farming sim at all until I got into the logging in Farm Sim 22, and then I had a great time. Logging is still my favorite thing to do in Farm Sim. It's just such a good logging simulator, and it's so deceptive because you wouldn't think that farming sim is a good logging sim. But it is. It's amazing, dude. My favorite Farm Sim is Farm Sim 25. I feel like a lot of people struggle to get through the nostalgia of older games. And like, nostalgia is a perfectly good reason to play older games. But for me, I mean, we can still do all of the things we've always been able to do in Farm Sim, just better now. So it's always the latest Farm Sim for me. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people had great experiences in 19, a lot of people 22, but frankly, I don't feel like we lose anything going Farm Sim to Farm Sim. We keep all the same stuff we've always had. Most of the maps come back as mod maps anyways, and then we get all the new stuff as well. So for me, definitely the newest Farm Sim, typically. Did you get the Moza FCS?
Canadian Mama 99 just resubscribed at tier 1 for 32 months. Don't worry, bro. Still watching you from a distance. Haha. Hope that weather last week
I don't know if
didn't
I'm
affect
gonna
you.
mount it to the rig permanently, to be honest with you. It's okay. It's okay. I feel like it was not made by farm sim players. I'm really happy to see Moza getting into the farming stuff and the, you know, the equipment stuff. But that stick was not made by anybody who plays farming sim. Cool kit though, like really cool kit. I got a video on the way talking about what I love and what I don't like about it, and when you shouldn't buy it, if you should or shouldn't buy it. Whether it gets permanently mounted to the rig, I haven't decided yet. I'll play around with it a little bit more, but what's the price for the Moza? Came in at 200, surprisingly. And Axe, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 32 months, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Thanks for subbing at tier 1. Axe, we played your game, that game you sent me. I don't know if you were there for it, but we played that, what was it, a cheap car repair or something like that? It was good. We had a really good time. We actually played it twice. It was so good. All right, that grass is cut. Let's go put this away. And we will, and we can actually rotate this around. Go. Okay, perfect. Let's go put this away. We'll go get a windrower so we can put this together, and then we'll figure out how we're gonna do this. I don't know how much grass this is, so I don't really know what to expect here. Greetings, thank you for the 30 stream streak, dude. I appreciate that. Nice, man. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm really excited for Road Kings to come out. Yes, me too. Road Kings, and there's another one we're waiting for that I keep forgetting about, and then I'm regularly reminded that it's on the way out. It's soon too. What the heck is it? Pretty sure it's an August released. I can't remember what it is, but there's another game I'm very excited for. Yes, we'll return the mower too. Actually, I usually take it back to the shop and do it for real. We'll go take it back and then we'll do it. Trust me, play low budget repairs demo. It's good. I want to play it with Austin. I think it's multiplayer, so we should do that. I don't think Hard Worker will be out this soon. I'm not sure if they've announced one. Is it on your wish list? I don't know. I'm kind of bad at adding stuff to my wish list. Coming out in August. Simulator coming out August. Australian Truck Sim? No. Man. And its Construction Sim is not until November. What else? What else is coming out soon, dude? Edgar's, Alfredo, Keenan, and Harry. Thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Yes, realistic mud would be nice. I'll try and remember what it is. I don't think it's on my wish list. It's some big simulator that we've been waiting for, coming out sometime in August. I just can't remember when it is. It's happening though. It's a single player game, I think. Maybe we're thinking of different games, because the one I'm thinking of is definitely multiplayer. No, COD Sim is November. Road Kings, I don't even know when Road Kings is actually coming out. I'll try to remember. I genuinely can't remember what it is. Okay, and let's return that. There we go. Perfect. Oh. Go. ETS 3? No, it's not Euro Truck Sim 3. I don't think they're gonna do a sequel to that game. I think now American Truck and Euro Truck are live service games. I think at some point in the future, they may combine them into like truck world or something like that, maybe, because now they're going outside of Europe. And they're, you know, expanding the game quite a bit. So they might end up changing the names or combining them into one game at some point. But I don't think they're going to do a sequel. I think they're now just live service games. And that'll be the last. Like, that'll be the last one. But they'll just update it, right? It's not like we never get anything new. They'll just keep updating it properly. Probably. Okay. What do I need? I need a windrower. Can I use a windrower without a PTO? Windrower. Just like hydraulic or something like that. PTO, 120 horsepower? That's nothing, dude. 14 meters. Let's annoy some TikTokers, and we will use the 14 meter, and I'll hook it up to the Fiat, and then we can hear some 12-year-old farmers on TikTok complain about it. That's the best part, dude. It's got like double the horsepower it needs. Make it happen. Making yourself a coffee at 2 p.m. I can usually drink coffee till about 6 p.m. and then I need to stop. Usually my last coffee of the day is like dessert with dinner. And then I have to stop with the caffeine. But so far, caffeine really doesn't impact my my sleep too bad. Keith, thank you for that share. Do you have any mods for realistic damage and fuel usage? I don't, but I'll probably do it in the next playthrough. Realistic fuel usage doesn't interest me because that makes the game easier. If I was doing fuel usage, I want it to be like, I want fuel to be a factor. Realistic fuel usage lets you do hours of work without ever gassing up. But the reason it's cranked down is so fuel is actually a factor in the game, you know? Start drinking Celsius? Is Celsius any good? For me, it's Alani. Alani is my go-to right now, but... No, but Firefighting Sim was good. Firefighting Sim was not the one I was thinking of, but that is a great game. Huge fan of that one. Maggie, thank you for the follow. Okay, we're just gonna drop this weight here. Yeah, we'll just leave it like right there. It's totally okay. Then we'll hook up to that bad boy. All energy drinks are terrible. I generally prefer coffee. But I like that energy drinks can be 0 calorie. So I'll usually have an energy drink every day and then save coffee for like more special occasions. Gotta be healthy or something like that now. So I've been going towards more like I don't drink any full sugar soda. It's always 0. If I do energy drinks, it's always 0 energy drinks. If I drink coffee, I actually just drink like black coffee now. Just to cut out some of the liquid calories, you know. I missed part of the conversation. What game are you thinking of? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I cannot remember. I'll try to remember. Something coming out in August. I was super excited about it. Can't remember what game it was though. I get my coffee delivered to me with a heart on it from my boss's daughter. Careful with that one, Noah, depending on how much you like your job, dude. That's crazy. Totally cut out energy drinks beginning of this year. I use the Mio energy packets now. Oh, interesting. Okay. Energy drinks, as long as you're careful with them, I think are fine. One is usually good enough, and I drink it over about 5 hours. Like I drink an energy drink over the course of a stream, and that's good enough for me. It's usually coffee in the morning, energy drink for the rest of the day, and that's about it. Restory? No. Actually, I think it was Iron Nest. Oh, Sparky, you might have got it. I think it was Iron Nest. They sent me an email asking if we wanted to play the full version of the game. And I think you're right. I think it actually was Iron Nest. Man, it wasn't as much of a simulator as I thought. Well done, Sparky. Well done. Yeah, I do want to play more Iron Nest. That game was awesome, dude. Kilby, thank you for the hydrate. I got you. Hope they make it multiplayer, though. What's your favorite band? Muse has been my favorite band growing up. Their last album wasn't that exciting, and frankly, their album before that wasn't that exciting either. So, like, I don't listen to a ton of Muse these days, but growing up, they were always my favorite band. Right now, probably Landmarks at the moment is my #1 band that I've been listening to. They're really good, dude. Landmarks or Currents maybe at the moment. We actually hit all 3 of those rows fully. Wonder if we can actually get this on a good GPS line. Let's give this a shot. Oh, right. We have to change the direction too. That'll go. I think I'll do this one manually, and then I'll do the other ones on GPS and see if we can sweep those up real nice. How on earth is that tractor tugging that windrower? I knew it. I knew it would happen, chat. I called it out. Windrowers are light. Windrowers are like the easiest thing for any tractor to run. They're super light. They don't require that much power. As long as you've got the balance, the weight balance to do it, you're all good for windrowers typically. All right, let's keep that in the middle here. You ever played Motortown? I did. I actually played Motortown right after it came out, and I didn't really like it. And then I played Motortown again just recently, and they've done a lot of good work on that game. Motortown is in a pretty good spot. Lots of work still to be had, I think, on Motortown, but that's a cool project. I'm really happy to see it. Yeah, this is a modded tractor. This is the Fiat Universal 650. Has about 250 horsepower, all-wheel drive, 45 kilometers an hour max speed. Very good early game tractor. It's quite a beast, honestly. It's priced pretty good too, and there's two different versions, so you see it in the discounts kind of often as well. Coke Soda, welcome in. How's it going? That's true, Noah. You heard it here first. Mirko, thank you for the follow on TikTok. As a farmhand at my grandpa's farm, it's crazy to see that. It really shouldn't be. I don't know if you're like on a rich person farm where you get to use the right equipment for every single job, but like this should not surprise you as a farmer. This is the kind of nonsense you do growing up on a farm. I am actually a little bit skeptical when people come in here and they're like, they see a setup like this and they're like, this is crazy. No farmer would ever do that. It's usually an indicator that they don't actually know what they're talking about, because this is exactly what you do on a farm, is just make stuff up. You just make it work. Whatever you got, you make it work, you know? Okay, this is gonna look a little silly, but it will help us get on our proper line, and then we should have 100% coverage. We're gonna steal from those two lines, but after this it should work out okay. How many FPS are you getting? I cap at 60. When you're streaming, you cap at 60 to leave more resources for your streaming stuff. If I play this off stream, a few hundred. I'm on a 4070 Ti, 32 gigs of RAM, crazy SSD, and well, I guess those are the important bits. An i9. This game actually is a little hard on the CPUs. I run an i9, Intel i9. Can't remember what gen though, 10.9 or something like that. Your dad is done sketchier? Exactly. The sketchy stuff you do on the farm. That's the best part, you know? Gustavs, thank you for the follow. You just started Motortown and you just started Motortown. I agree, in a great spot. I'm obsessed with it. I'm also happy to see how many people are enjoying it. Motortown doesn't look like a game that, you know, a lot of people would like. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people do care a lot about graphics, and Motortown's a kind of a stylized game. It looks like a Roblox game, but I'm glad people like it because there may still be hope for people not just being obsessed with graphics. I am almost certain that Motortown is built on BeamNG, by the way. I can't prove it, but I'm almost certain Motortown is built on BeamNG, but it doesn't claim it anywhere. But I'm pretty sure they licensed BeamNG to the Motortown devs, and that's what Motortown is built on. Because a lot of the vehicles are identical in their performance and even their looks and their hitboxes, and a lot of the sound effects are the same as well. But I don't know if they actually talk about the fact that it's built on BeamNG, or if I'm just absolutely crazy and it's not. But I swear Motortown is built on BeamNG. It doesn't have any of the crash physics and stuff like that, but they share something under the hood. I don't know if they're built on the same engine. I don't know if they just use some of the same assets. I don't know if maybe they share developers, but there is something going on between Motortown and BeamNG, and I can't prove it. I can't tell you what it is. I can't prove it, but if as soon as you notice it, you'll never stop noticing it. Go play Motortown and try and figure out if it's BeamNG or not. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's insane, dude. It's insane. What are you mowing with? I can't find it. I was mowing with the McDon Swather. It's from the McDon DLC. This is now a windrower, but I was using the McDon Swather from the DLC. There's a new BeamNG update? Dude, they'll never stop. That game is in such a good spot. Can you please add graphic settings on Farm Sim 25 on your YouTube? It won't help you, unfortunately. I know a lot of people kind of get that, A lot of people have that misconception that if you see somebody with a good looking game, that you could just copy their graphic settings and then you could get a good looking game. Unfortunately, it's more complicated than that. You can't just take my settings and plug them into your PC and get the same outcome. What you need to do is you need to max out your graphics, max out everything on ultra, assuming it doesn't crash your PC, and then just turn graphics down one at a time. Start with the small stuff, make small adjustments until you hit 60 FPS. Like you'll probably start down at like 10, 15 FPS and just keep turning settings down until you hit 60 FPS. Those are the best graphics for your PC, because you won't be able to share graphic settings with anybody in the world. There's too many factors on PC. Let's say you and your friend had the exact same PC, you built them together, exact same parts, you bought them from the same place, and a year later you want to like copy their graphic settings. It still won't work 100%. It'll be close. It's a good starting point, but it still won't be 100% the same. Because over that year, you've changed all your settings. Maybe you've got your Discord overlay on and they don't. Maybe you're streaming and they're not. Maybe they've picked up some malware somewhere and they get less FPS just kind of in general. Maybe they're on older drivers or newer drivers and you're not. Like, there's so many factors that change how your graphic settings interact with your PC that you just have to get good at building graphic settings for your PC. That's it. There's nothing else you can do. That graphics update for BBG absolutely killed my FPS, but it looks amazing. I heard a lot of people say the graphics update has torched their PC, but that's all right. It looks good. Why don't you use Reshade? Honestly, because this game looks great. I'm not really sure what the hype around Reshade is. I think this game looks good. I like the fog. I like the lighting, and honestly, like, I've got no complaints. I mean, I'm more of a gameplay player than a graphics player at the end of the day, so that's the big reason. All the Reshade things do is turn the saturation down and crank up the sharpness artificially, and it just looks like a poorly edited photo most of the time. I haven't seen a lot of graphics that, like, Reshade things that actually look good. It usually just, like I said, contrast up, saturation down, sharpness maxed. It just looks like a kid who found the photo editing on their iPod Touch for the first time, rather than an actual quality Reshade. But I mean, use whatever you think looks good at the end of the day, but base game's good enough for me. I have no complaints, honestly. The only time I really have complaints is some of the modded maps, and some of the modded equipment doesn't look great. They don't use the proper, like, textures that, like, the devs use when they make stuff. So you get these really flat, plastic-looking mods. Not a big fan of that. This one is done great. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look at the shine in that metal right there. And the shadow and the little specks of dirt and the paint wear, like, that's good. This is a good mod. They've killed it. But you'll go and look at other mods and it'll just look, and it's metal, but it just looks like Mattel plastic, you know? So there's definitely, maybe if you're using a lot of those mods, the game no longer looks as good as it can, but it's important for me. What do you think about government sign? Ban it. Ban it. Get it out of your games. Dude, government sign is the most useless thing in this entire game. I promise you, if you use government signs in this game right now and you delete them out of your game and you start a new save and you start from scratch, you will have the best playthrough you've ever had. If you've been using government signs up until this point and you get rid of them and you start a new playthrough and you do it for real, you will have the best playthrough you've ever had. I have said this many times over the last 2 years. I have not had a single person do this and tell me they prefer playing with government signs. I know it's scary to go, you know, to do it for real once you've been using government signs for so long, but I promise you, you will have the best playthrough you've ever had. You can use government signs for like a test save or something like that. I'm cool with that, but like, don't kid yourself. Like, it's way more fun without them, honestly. Check out the D-Nerdy Reshade preset. It genuinely looks like IRL. I'll have to check that out. If you could actually send it in the Discord, that'd be kind of sick. I mean, if somebody's doing good work, that's great. There's a lot of garbage reshade textures out there that are just small tweaks, right? Or filters. If you could send me one that actually looks good, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. What about fast forwarding? What do you mean fast forwarding? Like skipping time? That's totally fine. What are you gonna do? You're gonna sit in game and do nothing while your plants grow? You may as well farm in real life if you want to do that. Fast forwarding is totally fine. You're not gonna sit there doing nothing. Skip the time when you're done. Go sleep in the house and skip to the next month, or use the buttons to fast forward the time. That's totally okay. It's way better than just sitting there waiting for it to go. I don't know. I wouldn't do that, you know? You're gonna stop with government sites and start a new save. Turn them off, start a new save. Elias, I've got videos on that. If you go to TikTok, I've got videos on how to do this.
Mr.
I promise you'll have the best save of your life. It's so good.
30 months.
Mr. Drapstorm. First of all, Big J, thank you for the 3 stream freaks. And Mr. Drapstorm, thank you for the 30 months of Prime, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you for using your Prime in here. What's your opinion on the Borderlands-ish style visuals that some people changed Farm Sim to? Borderlands style? Wait, do people put like cell shading in Farm Sim? That's sick. I've never seen that, but that's cool. Dude, I'm down for like the artistic reshades and stuff like that. Like that's cool, dude. It's obviously they're not trying to make it more realistic. If you want to make your game look like a comic book, I don't know. Do you have a problem with that? It seems cool. Seems cool. Just mix it up a little bit. I feel like the Borderlands graphics get so much hate. Like there's a certain type of gamer out there that needs everything to look as realistic as possible, and it's boring. It's boring. And if you're the kind of person that needs all of your games to look as realistic, photorealistic as possible, like that's fine. Play those games. But if it's stopping you from playing games that don't look realistic, you're missing out. You're missing out on a ton of great games. And there's people who are like this. They only play first-person games. There's people who only play photorealistic looking games. There's people who won't touch turn-based games. You're missing out on so many great games by limiting yourself by those metrics, those unimportant stylization metrics. Dude, I promise you, if you take a chance and step out of your comfort zone, you'll find some really great games out there. How do the government sides work? You just put them up and you get the money. They work actually exactly like solar panels, and typically they use the same system that solar panels do. So there's different sizes of them. You put them down and they give you that much money per month, basically. So what people will do, they'll put a bunch down and then they'll skip time to get a bunch of money, and then you've got a bunch of money. Yeah. I always see people with gray shaders on Farm Sim. Yeah, that's what I mean by the desaturating shaders. I don't know if real life looks really desaturated for these people. It's kind of sad, but like, it's probably a little bright. Like this game is a little bright compared to real life. But yeah, some people go like, I don't know, it looks like the old Call of Duty games. Like the Chernobyl mission in Call of Duty 4 is what their games end up looking like. And that doesn't look like real life either. I mean, that's just as weird. You live in black and white? That's not good. That's not good. You found your Prime. That's awesome. I'm glad you got it connected. Oh yeah, there's another one. Okay, a new Saber interactive game. Thank you, XZ. There is a Saber game coming out where you play an Uber driver. We gotta play it. We're gonna have to play it. I don't know when it comes out or what the deal is, but yeah, Saber game coming out where you play an Uber driver and you just drive people around the city. I'm assuming it's gonna use the same engine and stuff as Busbound. That one looks kind of sick as well. We actually played a game like that called Taxi Life, and it's really good. This one looks to be like, I don't know if it's gonna have a story, but it really leans into like the people you pick up being really funny and weird, which I think is a neat idea. Taxi Life was really good. Graphics were beautiful. Driving felt decent. And it's rare we get a game in Barcelona, so that was cool too. So if this is anything like that, I'll be pretty happy, honestly. That's how I found out Motortown. Just tried different things. Scroll past because it looked like a kid game. Next one to try is Eco. Dude, Eco is so good. Eco is so good. They've been updating that game like crazy over the last 10 years. And it just gets better and better. Eco is hard to play solo, though. I'm going to be honest with you. If you can, try and get at least 4 people together for Eco and make a server. Do an Eco server, because that's where it shines. That's a great game. Absolutely, you should play it. I would love to do it on stream someday, but like, it's hard to organize. Like, we'd have to get a server of probably 10 different people going. That's a great game. Yeah, Eco is great. It's complicated though. Don't let that don't let it fool you with its graphics. It's a complicated game, but it's really good. Eco is like, it's kind of like Minecraft, but there's an asteroid hitting the planet, about to hit the planet. It's 30 real life days away, just like that old Zelda game. It's 30 real life days away, and you and your friends start in like the caveman era, basically, and you need to build a society by crafting and doing science and stuff like that to get to the point where you can stop the asteroid from hitting the Earth. And you have to do it within 30 real life days. But the twist is that the planet reacts to everything that you do. So let's say you need to feed everybody, which you do, and you're like, okay, we're gonna use salmon as our main source of food. If you overfish the salmon, it messes with the fish ecosystem, and it can like collapse ecosystems due to overfishing. And then you can no longer get fish out of the river. If you cut down all the trees, then all of the deer and stuff leave and die off and stuff like that. And you can't get trees again. If you, later on in the game, if you're mining and you put the mining waste in like too close to a body of water or too close to the like underground water, it will contaminate the water and you won't have drinking water. It's sick, dude. Like, they've built a really crazy little system out of that game. The idea, they used to, when I was playing it, they used to lease it to schools. And then schools could play this with their classes, and it was a way of teaching them about like ecosystems, basically, and how ecosystems rely on each other. And if you impact one side of an ecosystem, it impacts every part of an ecosystem. If you farm all the fish, or if you fish all the fish, I guess, then things that these salmon were keeping down, maybe the frog population explodes, and then that impacts the plant life, and it's really cool. And it's just a fun little challenge, to be honest with you. Like, it's just a cool challenge to try. So you got to save the world basically without ending the world. Is the whole idea of eco. You save the world without collapsing the planet. Or you do, and you go with all those challenges. Like, the game won't stop you from continuing to play. Let's say you've killed all the plant life and you've tainted all the water. If you find ways to keep on surviving, you can do it. Or you can find ways to rehabilitate the plant life and stuff like that. Whatever you want to do, it's your game, dude. It's really sick. Definitely check it out. Yeah, I used to be able to buy them in it was like 30 packs or something for schools. It was really cool. It's a really cool project. And that game is called Eco. It's called Eco. But ECO. I'd love to do a playthrough sometime, but you do need to play with a group. Unfortunately, the more people you play with, the better it gets. It also has like skill trees and professions. So when you start the game, you select how many people you want to play with, and it balances out the skill points between that many people. So you can never have every skill point. If you play solo, you can have every skill point and you can do every profession. But if you play with more people, it distributes the amount of skill points you can have. So you can have, like, let's say you can have 10 skill points out of the total 50. That's all you can have. So you have to pick somebody who is the chef and they can cook better meals. You have to pick somebody who does the mining and they've got the profession of mining. You pick somebody who's a scientist and they can do the research and stuff like that, and they tell everybody else what they need. And so you create this system where like everybody relies on each other to get the job done. And if you don't do it, then you lose because you can't have all the skill points yourself. It's a really sick game. I love it. Eco, yeah. ECO is the game I'm talking about. You can find it on Steam. I don't know. I'd love to put together a server. I tried playing it with 4 people and it was okay. I think the best is probably 8 or more. I've seen some servers doing like 32 people though, and they're having a great time. The only downside is that if you don't have a full group, or you have a full group but certain people stop playing, you can't win. So let's say you start with 12 people and 6 of them stop playing before the end of the 30 days. You can't win. You could bring more people into the server to take their place, which would be good, but you need to find people who are gonna like be dedicated to 30 days. 30 days is like the best. I think 14 days. If you could do it in 14 days and do like long sessions, that would be sick too. But 30 days, I think, is the default. I believe the next eco update comes out on August 6th. I plan to try it after that. Give it a shot. Man, now I want to play eco. Let me know if you put a group together for eco, honestly. I'll honestly be down to play. I've been waiting to get back into that one. That'd be a fun one to play with Amy. I don't know if 2 of us could play it, but we would really enjoy that game, honestly. Might have to check that out. And it's the kind of game you binge. You binge it for a month, and then it's done. Like, the game ends once it's done. So you binge it for whatever time frame you're doing, and then you're done with it. Family game night, yeah, it would make a cool family game night one. Only if we had at least 4 people consistently, though. Like, not just for Dad and I. It would be one where we had a few of us consistently. James, thank you for the ice cream code on TikTok, by the way. Ben, thank you for the 11 roses. Remy, thank you for the react. And Bick, BLK, maybe. Thank you for the GGs on TikTok. I appreciate those, guys. And GG, you need, thank you for the share. Appreciate that one, too. Is anyone going to get the pre-order for GTA 6? I'm not pre-ordering GTA 6 personally, but I will probably buy it. I'll probably buy it, and I'll probably play it on release. I'm not going to pre-order it at least until I see some gameplay. To be honest with you, I think they're probably, like, it's probably a safe bet. There's a lot of people being like, oh, how could anybody pre-order before they even see gameplay? That's a fair critique. It's GTA, it's Rockstar, $2 billion game. It's going to be fine. Like, it's not going to be a waste of money. But there's no reason to pre-order. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't see a reason not to pre-order, but I don't see a reason to pre-order. Just buy it when it comes out, or maybe closer to release once I've seen a little bit more. I would like to do a little bit of it on stream if I can get a setup going, but it won't be significant. Maybe a couple of days of GTA, and then that's it. Won't go too crazy. I also have to get an Xbox hooked up here so that we can actually play on stream. Any actually fun mobile games? Yes, so many. There's so many actually good mobile games. Okay, you're gonna have to be a little bit open-minded though, because a lot of like games like this don't translate well to mobile. This game is on mobile as Farming Sim 26. It's okay. Games like this don't translate well to mobile. The best mobile games are the ones that either built for mobile or just naturally translate well. My #1 favorite mobile game is Balatro. I know seeing a card game is like, ugh, a card game. I'm not a card game guy. Balatro was amazing. That was a fantastic game. A little bit weird to learn, but a great game. Another good one is Sid Meier's Civilization 6 is on mobile. Absolutely chunks your battery. But if you can play while plugged in, great little strategy game to have on your phone. Like literally hundreds of hours of content. Deep Rock Survivor is another one that you should check out on your phone. Deep Rock Survivor, I played on PC actually, and it's great. Having it on phone is amazing as well. It's like a not quite top down, isometric, I guess is the name for it. And it's kind of like a scaling combat game. It's cool. I really like that one. Like Vampire Survivor. That's why they call it Deep Rock Survivor. It's like Vampire Survivors. But in the Deep Rock universe. And then the one that I hope comes to mobile is Megabonk. Megabonk it would absolutely run on mobile. Well, would it? Problem with Megabonk is it gets so crazy near the end of the game that it actually might have trouble on mobile. But Mega Bonk is great. I want to play that one on my phone. I think I would become addicted to it if I played it on my phone, but I still want it to happen, you know? Infinite Flight's a good flight sim. It's free and a decent sim. Infinite Flight, okay. And then there's a space one. It's kind of like a 2D Kerbal Space Program, but it's still like pretty in depth. I cannot remember what it's called, but it does look pretty cool. I gotta try that one still. I was watching some videos on it the other day, and it looks good. There's also a truck sim called Universal Truck Sim. Oh, where does it want this? There's a truck sim called Universal Truck Sim. And honestly, for a mobile game, I mean, it's good. Where could we possibly be going? Oops, screenshot. No, not there. Oh, okay. Huh? That's where it wants to go? I mean, we can, sure. What about those other two? Okay, we'll get those next, I guess. Oh, no, it's not even getting all the way over. Okay, let's get rid of those. Oh my god, I did it again. We'll do this manually. That's all good. Was it Space Flight Simulator? I don't think that was the name, but it's something like that. Yeah. What tractor is that? That's a Fiat 650, and yes, it actually can run this equipment. I don't know why TikTok has such a big problem with this equipment setup. I am aware that it's an old tractor on a new piece of equipment, which does come with some issues, but in terms of power and weight, it can absolutely run this. This is a windrower. It's made up of metal toothpicks. Not a difficult thing to run. There's one you send little guys to different places like KSP. Really? That'd be cool. KSP, obviously, like KSP2, we don't talk about. That never happened. But Kitten Space Agency is on the way. That one's going to be good. It's kind of like, basically, I think the guy who came up with Kitten Space Agency was very disappointed in what happened to Kerbal and came up with his own game, and it actually looks really good. I'm doing good, Matthew. Welcome in. I think Megabonk could work. Think about Arcario. Archerio? I don't know what that is. What is that? But if you're introducing me to more games like Megabonk, I'm in. The only thing about Megabonk is in like the late levels, like when you're at 250,000 kills plus, like the amount of calculations the device has to do is incredibly high. I do think it might cause issues for mobile devices, but I still want it to happen. That would be nice. I used to grind idle miner tycoons. I'm not a big fan of the idle games personally. I like those kind of incremental style games, but not idle. I find it frustrating when there's nothing I can do to make it go faster. So incrementals where you actually play are like what I like to do. I did play My Winter Car. That was solid. I actually think I like My Winter Car more than My Summer Car. Haven't played it in a little bit, but solid game. Anyone know how to fix my worker? He's making $1 a second. He's not making $1 a second. You have your automatic seed or fertilizer turned on. So go to your settings. You have this setting turned on. Is it game settings? Right here. So you have either AI worker refill fuel, seeds, or fertilizer. You want none of this. Turn all of this off. They're buying their supplies as they're using them, which is fine. They don't buy it at the best price, but like it's actually not that bad. But that's the setting you've got turned on. First, to start watching the Out of Ore videos, do you remember which episode you help your dad instead of just flattening dirt? There's probably an episode out there where I'm helping dad instead of just flattening dirt. We spent a lot of time flattening dirt. That is the one downside of the way we're playing that game. Is we're not using the blocks to build. We are doing everything ourselves. And yeah, it does mean we spend a lot of time flattening dirt. No, I don't remember if there's an episode where I'm not flattening the dirt, dude. Would you be interested in testing a New Zealand map? No, not until it's on the mod hub. Just for like security reasons. I have to wait until stuff is on the mod hub. I can't take any files from you to run on my PC for obvious reasons. But once it's on the mod hub, let me know, and I'd love to check it out. I just don't mess around with mods that aren't on the mod hub just for security reasons is the main reason, you know. Thank you. He's not worth $1 a second. No, he's not worth $1 a second. Now he's not like he's spending supplies, so he's not like he's wasting money. It is going into the ground, but you probably prefer to buy it yourself, put it in the machines, and then let them go. That's how I like to do it. Unless you're on like some massive fields and you tend to leave them overnight, then you may want to have them automatically buy. Have seen the Moza farm stick video is on the way. I'm just really doing my due diligence. I think the internet likes to glaze Moza pretty hard. I've already seen some videos of the farm stick from Moza that just, they don't talk about any of the bad stuff. And I don't know if they're secretly paid reviews. I don't know if people are just scared to give genuine feedback on things. I know sometimes smaller creators are scared to give feedback on things because like Moza sent them something cool and they don't want to be, you know, they don't want to say anything negative about it because they don't want to be blacklisted or anything like that. I'm being a little more careful with my video. I want to tell you guys exactly what's good and what's bad. It's not a perfect device. It's not a perfect device. Anybody that's telling you that is either scared to tell you what's wrong with it, or they are getting paid, I guess. That being said, it's not bad. Like, if somebody tells you it's a good device, they're not wrong. It's still a good device, but I'm just putting together all of the possible things related to it before I release that video. Do you enjoy playing this game? I freaking love this game. This is like one of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely, dude. About Out of Ore, would you mind making a video of how you guys, your production in order, because I can't figure it out for the life of me. I would need Dad to make it, YOLO. I actually don't know how to do it either. Dad handled all of the production, and he learned from YouTube videos as well. I also don't get it, so we'll have to get Dad maybe to make a video on it and let us know. I don't know what the heck he's, doing. I said he's always off for me. I was annoyed that I had a backlog ready to fill machines and then the machine ends up full. Yes, that's how I noticed it was happening. That's how I noticed it was happening as well. Okay, hold on. Oh, somebody begging for followers in chat. First message too. That's crazy. No, that's okay. They'll be banned on Twitch by the end of the day, honestly. That never lasts very long. How do we do dual farm stick on console? Just plug them in. Just get like a cheap, adapter so that you can plug more than 2 USB devices in, and just plug them both in and you're good to go. If you ever run a tractor in real life, yeah, many hundreds of hours worth. Yeah. Okay, so what do we want to do, chat? I want to turn this into silage. What do we do? Do you want to bale this or should we bunk this? Baling would be convenient for us. It's only 20 acres. I think we bale it and then we could just move the bales to the sale location. That won't be too bad. Let's bale them. Yeah, let's bale it. I do bunk. I do bunk all the time. Let's bale it, and then it'll just be easier to move to sale when it's time. I always do bunk. I always do bunk because I'm always doing like millions of liters. Let's bale it and wrap it and do that for once. Oh, can I wrap square bales? Probably not very big square bales, right? I have a square bale trailer, so I'd really like to do this in squares if I can. That would also be very different than how I usually do it. Yeah, you can wrap square bales. You have to manually pick them up. I already have I have a bale trailer, an automatic bale trailer. So let's go bring it. Let's go bring this back. Go bring this back and grab ourselves a baler, rent a baler that'll do this. Man, this has been an expensive little business venture, I'm not gonna lie. I hope it actually pay off. I wrap square bales on 17. I'm just hoping we can wrap big enough square bales, because if they're gonna be like tiny little 4-foot bales, that's not gonna help me much. I need the big boys. Can you extend arms on one farm stick without two and using the default binding? Yes, you do not need two joysticks to play this game to its full extent. You can play this game 100% on one joystick. It's just the cranes and the excavators and the logging that you almost need to get the full experience. No, I will. So I'll just say you need two to get the full experience. I'm not usually one to encourage people to buy more equipment unless it's absolutely necessary. You won't get the full logging experience on two joysticks, or one joystick, unfortunately. What gaming chair do you have? Are the fans in it actually good? Yes, they're great. This is the Next Level Racing ERS3 Hypercool. The fans are good. It does take a little bit to break in, as with any chair. Like, it's a little stiff when you first buy it, and then after a couple dozen hours, it's solid. The fans in it are an absolute lifesaver here in the summertime. Yeah, they're great. I'm saying if you bail it, you have to pick them all up manually. I guess, but that's not too bad. I mean, doing bulk, like moving bulk and flattening it and then unloading bulk is such a hassle anyways. I may as well just do it. Man, that machine is not showing up on the map. That is so weird. Did I change a... Oh, I'm on jobs. There we go. I'll return that. Let's bail it. So if I do squares, I can't wrap it at the same time, right? Like, there's no wrapping attachment for square bales. That might be the only downside, is we have to hit them again with a wrapper. What size of bales can I wrap? 180 up to 220. Up to 220 with this one. 220 squares. How big of a bale can I do? 240. How do I know if it does 220? They all do 220, right? Pretty sure they do. I'm going to rent this with the hopes that it does do 220. Okay. They should. I think so too. This setup also upsets people too. That's okay. We're fast farmers here. Efficient farmers. Not fast. We're not fast. We're efficient. We're price efficient. That's good enough. Okay, and then what do I need? 220s. Okay, we can't do 220s with this. That'll be sick. And we don't have to stop for bales either, so that'll be good. I should buy a baler. I'm gonna need a baler. I'm gonna need a bunch of balers. You just got sub button? Oh, on your channel. Nice job, Steph. That's exciting. I'll need a bigger tractor if we're gonna do a bigger baler, though. Go buy a bigger tractor. I want something like that. That'll bale 220s, and it'll bale them fast, too. 321K. I mean, I could rent it. Did I, like, buy a big tractor and then rent a big baler? Because, like, I have my big pulling tractor, but it's not going to do stuff like this. I do need a big tractor that's going to do stuff like baling, you know, those little in-between tasks. This is great. This is what I have. But no PTO, so it just pulls. And I could, like, I do eventually want to upgrade to something like this, and it can have a PTO. But you're not going to bale on a tractor like this, right? That'd be very expensive baling. T8000 in a new baler. Not a bad little tractor, but I used it in the last save. T8 Genesis. We don't really need to go too big, though, do we? Like, how much horsepower is that baler? Wish I thought of this before I rented that. Baler's down. 258, so we need 258 plus the ability to drive. And that thing goes fast. 258 plus a little extra to drive. So I I don't know if we could do a medium at 250. Yeah, 258.
Sir underscore comsize underscore just resubscribed at tier 1 for 9 months. Sir underscore comsize, sir underscore comsize, sir underscore comsize, sir underscore comsize, sir underscore comsize.
Stop saying it! Stop saying it! Stop saying it! Stop saying it! Tyler, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 9 months, dude. I appreciate that. The McCormick is 305. Yeah, the McCormick's 305 and the 6R is 301. The McCormick actually ends up being not too bad of a price. I never use any deer though, and it would be kind of cool to use one for the first time. 268K. Or we could go large and we could get like a 7R or an 8R. Go a little bit bigger. 8R is 312 and the 6R at the size that we need is 282, which isn't bad. It's going good, Tyler. How are you, dude? Welcome in. Thank you for the sub. I don't know. I feel like an 8R makes a lot of sense for us. That can't have things on it, can it? Arms? No arms. No go on Fent. Massey's a little weird for this part of the world. You never see a vulture in Canada. Not out west. New Holland. I do like the look of this actually. Maybe we do a John Deere. Is that what we spend our money on? Here's the thing, chat. I got two options here. I need to know what you guys think. Do we buy a tractor? So I'm just gonna see how much this is worth. Oh, really? Dang it, dude. I should have checked this before I cut that. That would have been such a good option. Well, that's fine. I don't need to cut grass anymore. It's not gonna do it. Truck in here. No, no. Okay. Nothing in discounts. Or regular discounts. No, nothing to discounts. Okay. Chat, I got two options here. Either we do this with this setup here, and we buy more land. Land is the only good return on investment here, I'm not gonna lie. Here's the thing. No, chat, I got an idea. We do it with this year, because by the next time we're baling bales, we'll have made a whole bunch of money. We'll have all of our grain that we can sell. Well, we may wait till later to sell it, but we will have money by the next time we need to bale. And so at that point, we could upgrade to a big fat 8R, and we could bale with that instead and just make use of this in the meantime. Buy a bigger tractor. It's gonna sit. It's gonna sit all year. I'll buy a bigger tractor, and then it's just gonna sit in the lot doing absolutely nothing for like the entire year. I think this is the move. We buy a field with our money. Okay, what else do we need with our cash then? I got 390K. We could probably buy one more field. Like maybe if we buy 26. Holy, it's 550. Is there any other smaller fields we could buy? Probably not. Maybe we could sell 22 and buy 26. It's actually not a bad idea. Because then we sell 12 acres and we gain 22 acres. That's probably the move. I'll probably end up doing that. And then we'll have a little bit of money left over. 65? I don't want to buy anything super far away from where we are now. 65 isn't bad, but like, I don't want to buy anything too far from where we're farming right now. I want to get something I can attach. So 26 is empty. That'd be perfect. It's mostly clay, but that's okay. If you commented on NGN's live, you could make his day. He streams farms at 25. We've rated NGN. He's a cool guy, actually. Yeah. We rated him the other day and had a good time hanging out in his stream. You should go check out his stream. He's pretty cool. You're still in Prairie Farms? I did not know what Prairie Farms is, but we had poppies, I think, last year. We're doing rye this year, but that was poppies last year. 4 is mostly loam. I think 4 is 96% loam for 245K. That's a money-making field right there. It's only 10 acres, but it leaves us with a decent amount of money. I'm gonna buy 4. I like that. I like that. Okay, let's buy 4 when we can, and we will just throw some rye down in there. It's also, I'm actually gonna buy it right now, just so it doesn't get anything else planted. What is it? I don't know what condition it's in, but okay. We'll buy that. We're down to 144K. That'll be enough to do the rest of what we need. Good recommendation. Good recommendation. What does the Fold 8 have to justify that price? It's the big screen. Like, those phones are expensive. A, because of the big screen, and B, because they put the crazy camera in there. So they took their, like, best camera and put it in there. It's definitely not like a casual phone, though. Like, it's for people who are on their phone 24/7 doing like actual work more than just using it for texting. Like, I have a Fold and I love it, but I edit on there, I play games on there, I do all my emails, I track all my stats, all of my social media I do on that phone with the big screen. And if you're just sending texts, I don't know if that's the right choice for you. But if you're like a super user for phones, that's a pretty good option. What's the final goal ending point for this save? I want to be using the Seed Hawk equipment. I would say that's number 1, is I want to be actively using the Seed Hawk equipment. And then after that, I'll see. Once we have the Seed Hawk, I'll kind of see where we're at, see if we have any other ideas, but that really is my big one. Is get a farm big enough to use the Seed Hawk and then actually be using the Seed Hawk. Oh, these are actually such big rows that this baler doesn't quite have the pickup width for it. Just have to get this really dialed in. What's the Seed Hawk? Check this out. I'll show you. That thing's sick, dude. I've never used it before. So this cedar right here, that's the cedar, 26 meters. It's like 80 feet wide, and it can't run on its own. It needs an air cart. So you pull that, and then you pull this thing behind it, and this is full of seeds. Absolutely ridiculous machine, dude. I can't believe how insane this thing is. So yeah, you load that with seeds. It feeds seeds and fertilizer actually over to the Seed Hawk, and you pull both of them on the same tractor. This requires 550 horsepower. This doesn't require any horsepower, but you still need 550 plus enough to pull this behind it as well. It's actually super common here in Alberta. You see these all over the place. Vaderstad Seed Hawk. We've got that kind of space here in Alberta, so it's not an uncommon thing to see around here. Really cool kit to see in real life, but we want to be operating that. And then yeah, we might go for Nexat. I mean, the Seed Hawk genuinely is bigger than the Nexat, but getting some Nexat fields would be kind of cool as well. It's been a long time since I've used it, and I think that would be a good goal too. Highlands Fishing is 100% worth the money, but I will say, if you're gonna get the Highlands Fishing DLC, use it. Don't get Highlands Fishing just to farm soybeans with your same tractors that you've been using forever. Get Highlands Fishing, farm fish, use all the new tractors and all the new equipment, farm onions. You're gonna have a great time. But don't just get it to do the same nonsense that everybody else is doing with soybeans. That would be the most boring thing in the world, you know? Seed Hawk for planting, Nexat for harvest, that'd be cool too, yeah. Yeah, I want to get up to the biggest conventional equipment, and then maybe try Nexat. Whoa. This is a lot more bales than I thought it was gonna be. These are 220s, right? These are 220s. Okay, so I guess they're a little bit smaller. But this is still going to be a lot of bales, dude. This tractor isn't quite heavy enough to pull this. That's totally okay. Eskimo, Nathan, Eduardo, thank you for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Welcome in. You own that in real life? Yep. Super common kit. Some people have multiple. It's insane. Hi, Leggy. Welcome back. Leggy, did you put your time in on the WRC race yet? I haven't looked at the club in a while, but you were talking a big game. I still gotta see those times, Leggy. Nathan, thank you for the rose. Mason, thank you for the heart on TikTok as well. At least an hour of bale loading? No. If we were doing them by hand, yes, an hour of bale loading. We're gonna be able to do it so fast, dude. We got this dialed in. I know the windrows are almost as big as the tractor. Okay, not this one. This is actually a tiny windrow. Those other ones are freaky though. It's our baby one. I live in Germany. I've never seen this thing. You've never seen a seed hawk in Germany? Does Germany do large enough scale for air carts? It's a very North American and Australian thing for air carts like that. Vaderstad, I think, is a Dutch company. I don't know if it's a super common German thing though. How many subs to do it by hand? 1,000. I'll do it by hand for 1,000. And what do you mean by hand? We gotta set some ground rules here. What exactly does by hand mean? As in like with a front loader? Good lord, dude. We have large fields, but not so big. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's for like the 10,000 acre farms that you would see out this way. Netherlands mentioned? There you go. I actually don't know if it's a Dutch company or not, but Vaderstad to me sounds like a very Dutch word, so we'll go with it. Jim Bob, thanks for the follow on TikTok, dude. Appreciate that. Front loader or skid steer? Front loader or skid steer? Hundred subs. I'll do this whole field with a front loader or skid steer. I'll drag around a trailer. I'll even let you pick. I'll do it with a skid steer or a front loader, whatever you want, or with a tractor. I'll do it with this tractor if you want. And I will stack them on a trailer. I wouldn't be able to get them all on a trailer, but I will try my best. I'll get a semi truck and a flatbed, and I will stack as many as I physically can. I need to telehandler and see if I can get them all on one trailer as well, dude. That would actually be sick. Use the telehandler and see if we can get them all onto one. That would be sick, dude. Yeah, I'm expensive. I don't want to do that. That sounds terrible. Because I'm hoping that it's not possible. I don't want to do that. I want to use my nice automated little trailer and do this right. Yeah, exactly. We try and do it as high as we can, you know? Vaderstad isn't Dutch. That was my best guess. Make the load as high as you can. No, it sounds terrible. It's a terrible job. We've played this game before. Remember my trailer with like 350 pallets on it? That was the worst day of my life. That was the worst day of my life was when I tipped over the trailer with 350 pallets. Oh, and then if I tipped it over before we got to sell it? Oh. How about a loader that can only stack one high? I feel like that would be less fun. It'd be more fun if we could stack it as high, like get all of them on one trailer and take it. No, I'm not doing it yet. It was terrible. I do everything realistically, but I draw the line at loading bales with a front loader. Well, see, you can still do automatically loaded bales with realistically because there are realistic auto load trailers. They do exist. Now the thing is you can't actually use them for silage because they puncture the silage wrap. So we're gonna do it semi-realistically. It uses some bale spikes to load the bales, but if you use it on silage it punctures the seal and then you're in trouble. But we're gonna do it anyways. It's fine. I'll tape them back up after a little bit of duct tape. We'll be totally fine. Did you get cows? No, I did not get cows. I'm still not super into cows. We'll see. Right, thank you for the follow. And that's not even true. Like, I love doing cows, but late game for cows, okay? As late as humanly possible for cattle. I hate doing it. That's why they silage round bales, though, right? I think round bales actually just silage more evenly than square bales do. I don't know if that's why they would use round bales though. Round bales are just cheaper to make at the end of the day. Like that's the main reason. I think the autoloader for round bales also uses, well, the autoloader for round bales spike them. It may or may not. I'm not actually sure. What silage? Are you asking for real, Mr. Drapstorm? Like, are you asking for real or are you messing with me? There's no way, Mr. Drapstorm. There's no way you don't know about silage. This late? Mr. Drapstorm, you've been here for like 3 years. Yeah, he's messing with me. I knew it. I knew it. Like, the trailers don't puncture the wrap. The trailers don't puncture the wrap. The auto-load trailers do. I think for silage, you have to use specialized equipment, right? Like you have to use, I don't know if there is some sort of autoloader that'll do it. Oh no, you're right. No, you are correct. The autoload trailer for round bales doesn't puncture it. It flips it. Yes. This would be a realistic way to load silage bale. Yeah, you're right. It just guides them in. Whereas this one, you look at those spikes in there. Same with this one. It uses those little spikes, and that would puncture your silage wrap. But no, you're actually correct. This would be perfectly fine for putting silage in. But then I'd have to use a round baler, and I don't want to do that. You said you did the biggest train driver running into town. I did do that one as well. I did do the stacking up a whole bunch of wood and then letting it get hit by a train. Did I have to pick that one up as well, or did you guys let me reload that save? I feel like I had to pick that one up by hand too. I did. I remember selling it into the tunnel. I had to pick that one up by hand. That one sucks, dude. Saw a baler that shoots the bales into the trailer on TikTok. That's that's sick. Obviously not terribly realistic. Probably. I mean, you could buy something like that. You could jerry rig a conveyor belt to launch them into a trailer behind you. Sure. Why not, dude? Anyone having issues with not being able to load into any maps since the 1.21 update? No, but you have a classic mod conflict. So you've got something going on with your mods. It's probably caused by the update, but it's a mod conflict. We're in game now. I should do a Scandinavian save. I agree with that. I want to do a Scandinavian and an Australian one for sure. And we've got South America coming up as a DLC, so that one is just that was just happening, you know. There is one way for square bales? What do you mean there's one way for square bales? Like, to load it without spikes? I'm sure somebody's done it. It's not in the game by default, but I'm sure somebody's done it. Deleted all mods and uninstalled the game. Still nothing. Any ideas? Drivers. Update your... I'm assuming you're on PC. Update your graphics card drivers and then restart your PC. Console, couldn't tell you on console, but that's my go-to for PC whenever that problem comes up. Yeah, PC Steam updated all drivers, etc. An emergency? Let's do it. We gotta go. We have an emergency to get to. You updated your graphics driver? Is still doing it? Open your activity monitor. Oops, not that. Open your activity monitor and find the crash reason in the applications tab, and then Google that. Oh, it's a fire. Google that error code and see what it is. That'll tell you. That's the nice part about PC is you never have to wonder because you've got error codes, right? Small square balers shoot bales into the wagons like little ones. I want to see that. That's sick, dude. It wouldn't be terribly efficient for like organizing them, because it's kind of nice to organize them in the trailer and then you drop them in a big chunk. I want to see these balers that shoot bales into the wagon though. That sounds cool. What gear do we need to be? Thanks, I'll find the error code. Didn't know that was a thing for Farm Sim. It's a thing for every application on your PC. Oh, but unless the game crashes, it won't generate one. No, Hayden, it won't work, because unless the game is actually crashing, it's not gonna work. Dude, I don't know. If you've updated everything, updated the game, re-downloaded, all mods off, graphic drivers updated, I genuinely don't know what else. That usually fixes it. What perks would I need on a PC to run Farms for 25 and a good amount of mods? You need a decent CPU and at least 32 gigs of RAM for a good amount of mods. The GPU doesn't matter as much. Any 20 series or later is going to be perfectly fine, but RAM and a good CPU is what you need. It just closes the whole game. It loads to 100%. Then before pressing enter, it closes. Oh, okay. Then you would get a crash. You would get a crash log in the activity center. Yeah. I would go take a look in there, see what you find. We used to use the bale shooter as a kid. Those were the days. Never again. Wait, what? Why? I feel like I'd be doing that like crazy, dude. Gotta find the sweet spot here. Nice and close. I think that's going. Gotta be like laser focused on this. Back maybe? No. Oh, I got it. That's the spot. Right in the bale hole. Also, Gauge Booty, thank you for the 10 roses on TikTok. Appreciate that. And Alicep, thank you for the roses as well. That's so unrealistic. What's so unrealistic? First, I want to tell you before I found your stream, I was spending over $1,000 that we get the bar, and I don't know more. Huh? I was spending over $1,000 that we get the bar, and I don't know more. John, you sound like you spent $1,000 at the bar recently. I want to tell you that I was spending $1,000 a week at the bar, and I don't. Oh, I don't anymore. You were spending $1,000 a week at the bar, John? Holy crap, dude. That's insane. Well, I'm glad we can be better than the bar. That's awesome. I feel like that's actually such a flex. You're telling me that this stream is more fun than spending $1,000 at the bar? That's sick, John. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. What the heck? And like real talk, I'm glad that we could do that for you. Seriously, like that feels good that we could give you something better than just drinking all day to do. Because honestly, I like Farm Sim. I think it's a great way to waste some time all day. Cut that guy off a little bit, but that's okay. Should I start from 0, 100,000, or a million? 0. I'm gonna choose 0 every time, Elias. Oh, Elias, you were the one that says you're getting rid of government signs. 0. $0. No money. Start with absolutely nothing. I'm telling you, dude. Best way to start the game. End game idea: buy all fields and combine them into one farm at least once. It's terrible. So many people make that their goal, is to buy and combine every field in the game. It's honestly a horrible process. First of all, you can't actually do it in this game, in this map, because there's roads. So you can't actually combine them all into one. However, there are maps where you can, and it's a pretty rough process. I typically wouldn't make that your goal, but you know, you could do like I don't know, like a big open map and give it a shot. Do it one time. Might be kind of fun. Do you do anything to your wheel sensitivity in WRC? No, set it to 900 and let the game take over. So if you set it to 900, WRC will set it to the proper like setting for the cars. So like WRC1 cars are a default of 540. Different drivers actually have their teams change it, but default of 540, and that's good. Some of the older vehicles will be higher. Yeah, just leave it for wheel sensitivity, and it will take over. I like a little on the lower side. Like 540 is a little high for me. I like to go lower, but that's just personal preference, honestly. Started from $0, no government signs. I have 200,000. Wait, 20,000 now. How'd you get 20,000? What the heck did you do for 20K? But even fire truck, that's the emergency pack. So we actually get to respond to emergencies and stuff like that when we have the emergency pack enabled, and we just get like, we basically just get pages that call us to some sort of emergency. And then we grab the fire truck and we take it out there and shut it down. It's pretty good. It's not very good money, but it is a fun little thing to do to just do something different, you know? Do you know what type of CPU and GPU you have? Yeah, I got a 4070 Ti GPU. And then I have an NVIDIA i9 10.850K. 10,850. I don't know if there's a better way to say that. I'm not a PC parts guy, but that's what I run. And then 32 gigs of RAM. This is a big field. And it's gonna get, like, we're gonna combine it with its neighboring fields here, and we're gonna get a nuts field. I think it's actually gonna be a little big without the Seed Hawk, but once we get the Seed Hawk, it'll feel like a good field, I think. I also think I might round out the edges of this field so that I don't need to stop and turn around. I'll just do like nice gradual edges around the outside. I think I'll wait until I buy all of the fields in this section, and then I'll redo the section so that I have proper edges. You must try this in real life. It's much more fun. It's about the same amount of fun, to be honest with you. It's fun until it breaks down, and then having to get out and fix rusty crap in the 35-degree heat is a nightmare. I think there's definitely a good reason to play the game. As a farm kid, I'll tell you, there's too many farm kids on the internet try to be all high and mighty when they see people playing this game. There's so many more downsides to doing it in real life. I would not tell people to go farm in real life just because they like this game. If you want to farm in real life, go give it a shot. Go work on a farm for a summer. See if you like it. But like, play the game if you just want to play the game. It takes all the non-fun parts out, and it's a good time. Would you go on service call? You'd have AI take over when you're gone. I would, but you actually can't do it with bailing. The AI can't bail. That's one of the few jobs that they aren't capable of, because they can't sense the status of the windrows like they can with the ground stuff. Yeah, you can actually get really clever with oh, what's it called? What's that mod that's kind of like enhanced GPS? Courseplay. You get clever with Courseplay and you can make them bail. I don't bother messing around with that. I try not to automate too much of this game. I feel like you get to the point where you've just automated every single part of this game and you're no longer playing it. You're just like watching your AI play the game for you. I actually really do enjoy the process of everything in this game. And I don't like automating myself out of a job when we play, you know. My favorite tractor, 1066 Hydro is my personal favorite in the game. Real life, I actually don't care. It's just whatever does it, you know. It is actually the UTB Universal 650. Yeah, it's Cyprian. That's what we're driving. You're correct. It doesn't look like it. It's not a knockoff. It actually is an actual Fiat, dude. It's a good machine. Never used the AI. I didn't do Farm Sim 22. I didn't use the AI farmers in Farm Sim 22. In 25, I'll sometimes use them for jobs that I hate doing. Like, if there's a field that needs to be full depth plowed, if there's a harvester that needs to be unloaded very frequently, I'll have the AI run the harvester and I'll just follow them with a wagon. But typically I like to play the game myself. I like to do all the tasks myself rather than just managing AI, you know? How the hell can that tractor have enough horsepower to pull that bale? Dude, this thing's a beast. This pushes like 250. It's actually kind of nuts. I think realistically for running this baler, obviously it's an insane retrofit, but like you'd have to get pretty fancy with the hydraulics, because I don't know if they'd be compatible. And then you'd probably have to find some way to weight the back of the tractor a little bit too, because it sits a little too low for this baler. Typically you'd run something that's a little higher and then just lower the hitch for it, but it's doable. It has the power to do it, which is crazy. Horseplay, yeah, horseplay is the one. You ever driven real life tractors? So many times. That's probably the question I get the most while I play this game. Tractors are easy. For those that have never driven the tractor, you can drive a tractor. It's not hard. Don't let people on the internet tell you it's hard to drive a tractor. They're meant to be very low workload while you're driving them. The parts of the tractor that's annoying is troubleshooting when things go wrong and hooking up to things. But when it comes to the actual field work, it really is point the steering wheel in the right direction. And even that no longer exists in plenty of tractors. Like, it's all GPS, cruise control. You're sitting in the tractor in case something goes wrong. Don't let people tell you tractors are that difficult. Even tractors like this, like the gearing's a little funky, but like even tractors like this, we were driving these at 5 years old. Like, they're not... You don't need a PhD to drive a tractor. You teach kids to drive tractors. They lose the novelty pretty quick, though, I'll tell you that. Realistically, that tractor would get destroyed running the plunger in those large squale balers push around a 7R. Push around a 7R. That's true. You can make anything work, I think, but... yeah, this would not be an optimal setup. And that's the other thing, right? Like, the more you jury rig something to get it to work, the more chances you have to do damage to the baler and the tractor and the joints. Any connections between the baler and the tractor are going to be, like, shredded. You can do it for a little bit, though. You can make it work once. The semi with the crane to pick up pallets is awesome. The semi with the crane. I haven't tried that one yet. I heard it was really good. I don't really like doing pallets with the crane because they're hard to like position properly, but yeah, I did hear that people were a big fan of that mod. PC, yes. Gets tricky when it's wet and pulling something. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna ban this spammer real quick. Do a 5-minute mute. There we go. Do you farm IRL? I grew up on a farm and then I left the farm at 18. And went and got a corporate job and kind of changed paths. I never really had an interest in taking on the family farm or anything like that. They've since sold it. I would farm for fun one day, but I wouldn't farm for a living. I think that's kind of where I've settled with the whole farming thing. I'll farm for fun. I'll never farm for a living. I don't think that doesn't sound appealing to me. In this economy, in this climate for farming, you gotta really love it to want to dedicate that much time to it. At the very least, what I could do is I wouldn't mind like farming for content. Like, I don't know if you know the Squad on YouTube, Grant. He started as a farm sim YouTuber and he now mostly, honestly, farms in real life and makes content out of it. I think if you could do that where the content was like really what was paying your bills and you were farming at the same time, I would go that direction. Or Jeremy Clarkson did the same thing, right? He made his money in television and then he started a TV show where he farms. He doesn't need the money from the farm. And so you kind of get to do it without all of that pressure of having to pinch pennies and be a successful farmer. Because it's hard to be a successful farmer without millions and millions of dollars. And I think that sounds fun. That sounds rewarding. That sounds fun. I would certainly do some homesteading though. Not like farming at a commercial level or anything like that. I would certainly do some homesteading. You know, grow some of my food, offset some of my bills that way. Maybe do some solar and some like wind power generation. Maybe some animals. You know, maybe not horses. I don't have any interest in horses. Maybe some goats though, some chickens. I think would be kind of cool. I'd be down for that. But it's expensive, you know. You can't just do it. As much as the internet likes to think you can just do it. 99% of us are not in a position where we could just drop everything and buy a farm and start farming, or buy a piece of land and start homesteading, you know? But I think if you're ever in the position to do it, that would be really fun. I'm virtually farming for a living, which is a little bit silly, but yeah. I probably make more than a real farmer doing it fake, which is the sad part, dude. When I hear how much farmers actually take home at the end of the day and like have left to spend on bills, and then after bills and food and stuff like that, have left to spend on other stuff, I'm appalled, dude. It's crazy. I probably do make more streaming than many farmers take home at the end of the day after everything. Gonna get some cows and horses and pigs. No horses, no pigs. Maybe cows. We'll see. Is seed rate high better or worse? Worse, I think. I think you want a low seed rate, right? I don't know. Is it a high seed rate because it can support more seeds, or is it a low seed rate because there's a higher success rate? Well, now I don't know. Let me tell you. I can answer that right now. High is red. Low seed rate. You want low seed rate. It's soil dependent. Yeah. So, it's low seed rate. It looks like it's an uptake thing. It's low seed rate because there's a high success rate. The crappy soil, like this clay right here, sandy loam, that needs a really high seed rate. Probably because the uptake is really low. This crappy clay right here, that's that's a high seed rate as well. So it seems like it's a bad thing to do. Chat, look at this. She's in there. Gotta move that camera. I gotta move that camera at some point, but we officially have a cat cam. I gotta adjust it. I don't want to scare her away, so I don't want to adjust it just yet. I'll wait till she's sleeping, and then I'll adjust it so you guys can see it a little bit better. TikTok, we got the cat cam set up on Twitch today. If you want to see Petunia, it's live on TikTok, or it's live on Twitch right now. You can see my cat. Oh, is that a treat for her? I'll give her a treat. 1 sec. I don't know if she could get it from you. Here. I'll shoot it out of the gun. I think she probably won't go for it, but see how hungry she is. I fed her kind of early today, so maybe she's hungry. Not concerned. Not concerned about that. I'll leave that open for a little bit. Why not? Can you not buy the soil information anymore from the map when you're selecting your land? You can. You just have to be in the right tab to do it. So I can't remember what tab it is. It's in the precision farming tab, and then it's one of the tabs in there. And then yeah, you can purchase soil information instead. Low seed rate where the soil is less minerals, high seed rate where the soil is better. The game is doing it backwards then, Hentor, because that's also what I would think. I would think you go higher seed rate where there's more potential to support like a higher yield. The game is doing it backwards. It's a higher seed rate, I guess, where there's less minerals, and a lower seed rate where the soil is nice and accommodating, which is weird. I guess it must be a success rate thing instead. Interesting. I know, because like intuitively I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, you go high in the loam where it's all nice and friendly for the soil, and then you go low where in the other stuff so it doesn't have to compete. I thought the same thing, but I'll leave it to the experts, I guess. I started joysticks. Do you have to use a wheel, or can they work without a wheel? I'm on Xbox. They have to be done with a wheel on console, including Xbox, unfortunately. On PC you can do it you know, just with the joysticks if you want to. On console you need the wheel, because what they actually do is they hijack the signal from the wheel and they actually input into the Xbox basically as the wheel. That was how they got the compatibility to happen to begin with. So like consoles aren't actually compatible with these, but Thrustmaster set it up so it hijacks the wheel and it just pretends to be another part of the wheel that it's using. Clever way to do it, but the downside, of course, is that you need a wheel to make it happen. Got 99% to 99%. Okay, 99 to 99 with my sunflowers, and it's silty clay high seed rate. The cap for precision farming is 120 or 125 shmore. It's actually raised. It's actually higher than normal in precision farming. 100 is still good. You should aim for 100 if that's the max, but you can get it up to 120 or 25. You don't understand this anymore? No, you're doing good. You're doing good. You got it. You got it figured out. You just have to know that it could go above 100%, basically. When you buy the joysticks, do they come in 2 or just 1? They just come 1 at a time. Don't buy any dual packs you see on the internet. They're not scams, but it's a third-party seller that's inventing a product to upcharge you. Just buy 2 identical SimTask farm sticks. Make sure they're both for Xbox if you're on Xbox, PlayStation if you're on PlayStation. PC, doesn't matter. You can buy the console ones, you can buy the PC ones. They'll use it all. This is Xbox, this is PC. But yeah, just buy 2 identical ones and you'll be good to go. You got 131 with peas? How? What? That's insane, dude. I don't think I've ever seen 131. We'll see how much we could get with our rye. I'd like to really max that out if we can. Okay, there we go. Looks good. No problem, YB. Happy to help. Is it fun with the wheel or is it not worth it? Fun with the wheel. Yeah, it's absolutely a blast with the wheel. Are you asking if it's fun without the wheel or? No, dude, wheel is 100% worth it. It's amazing. Gotta pick up a few extra little spots here. Had a couple of funky lines. I don't want to mess up these bales too much because I have them in real nice positions here. We gotta wrap them. We gotta pick them all up. You, dude. Good, Harry. Welcome in. Do you know when the Alma update's coming up? No, I don't keep up with mods or mod updates or anything like that. DJ Goham is usually the go-to guy for that. I don't keep up with mods. I just gotta play what's out. And, you know, it takes so long to do my playthroughs that it's not like I'm adding maps or mods that often. What's the bale count? 115. Holy. How many liters is that? 115 bales? So 150. What? 600,000 liters of silage? It's like 650. Hold on, there's air in my mouth. 650,000 liters of silage is what we're getting out of this. That's awesome, dude. You know what? Looking at this, I don't think we're gonna get another full bale worth of grass. So I'll grab this line and then just to clean up, and then that's good because I'm not gonna get another full bale out of this. Went on the simulator. I took my shoes and socks out. John, don't joke about that. There better be a sign at Sim Gaming Expo this year that says shoes must be left on at all times, because I did not want to see that. It was just one time. It's not like this was a rampant problem. It was just one time, but still, one time too many, that's for sure. Michael, I have no idea. Why do you ask? There we go. And then we could drop this, right? Somehow. Unload baler. There we go. Okay. Now we got to go wrap these. We could use this tractor for the wrapper as well. Take this poor baler back. This takes so much gas to lug around. It's crazy. This is a T598. Yeah, this wheel kind of surprised me, actually, because you don't really hear a lot about it. So I was expecting it to be kind of mid, but it very pleasantly surprised me. Is there a bale limit in Farm Sim 20 and 25? On console, yeah. There might be on PC, but I don't think it's terribly low. Pretty sure you can do tons. Does it kick back? Does it kick back? Yes, the wheel. Yeah, it's got 5 Newton meters and it's direct drive. So its force feedback is really solid, actually. I've got 62,000 liters of fried onions to sell as I missed last year's big sale price. Onions are like that. For onions, you'll sell half of your batch in the year that they're made and half of the batch in the following year. It's a little bit silly, but its price is like just a few months after it's harvested. So you do actually have to keep them for a while. That'll be a normal cycle, Shmuel. Kind of have to warehouse them for a bit, unfortunately. Okay. Take this back. I need gas too. I don't know how we use so much in that run, but that's okay. Time you getting off today? Are you doing 12 hours again? No, not 12 hours today. It's my anniversary today, so I better not stream too long. But we still have another hour and a half to go here. But out of all of the days of the year, this is the last one where I should be streaming too long. That's for sure. Do I have unlimited money? No, hell no, dude. Oh, worst way to play this game. All right, return, and then I need a wrapper. 220 squares, so this one. What color should we do? Oh, they took away our pink. Do white. Put the white bales. That's like the classic silage bale. Rent. That's not too bad. I'm guessing we're gonna need more wrap, but we'll try that for now, and then we'll bring more wrap out this way if we really need to. I have $145,000 right now, which is actually really high. I do try and spend it so it doesn't build up like that. There's no reason to have a bunch of money in your bank account in this game. It's way better to spend it on something. Go. And just gas up right here while we're here. Use like $100 in gas. $68 a gas. That's pretty good. Good price. All right. Man, it has been a long time since I've used one of these. I haven't used one of these since the game came out. Like an offset thing, right? I really hope this can do 220. Do I have to do anything with it? Nope, should figure it out on its own. Okay. No better way to spending the anniversary than to stream Farm Sim together. I agree. I don't know what we're gonna do. I got her, I don't want to say what I got her yet. I'll tell you tomorrow. Because just in case she's watching the stream, I don't want her to hear what I got. But I'll tell you what I got her tomorrow. And then I don't know if we're gonna go out for dinner or if we're gonna make something or order in. I wouldn't mind ordering in because I think she's got tomorrow off. I got family game night, but she's got tomorrow off. So maybe we'll order some fancy food and pass out in a food coma. Did I already get new equipment? No. I bought more land actually. I'll show you. It's ready to go. We don't have to do anything to it, luckily. But do we? I didn't really check after I bought it. Sushi's like my go-to. Yeah, that's our go-to, honestly. But we'll see what she wants to do. We've been eating pretty healthy the last little bit, so I wouldn't mind doing like a bunch of Taco Bell or something like that, you know? You got our emotion rig, didn't you? No. No, I did not. And maybe she got me one. You never know. We'll see. Be impressive if she was able to hide a motion rig in the house, though. All right. Whoa! Oh, that's funky. Okay. Oh, we have to line those up pretty well. What a funky looking machine, dude. Oh, we gotta drive pretty slow probably because it... Oh, actually not too bad. Oh, we need automatic drop. Turn on automatic drop. It just drops it straight back down. There you go. There's a trick you can do with this. Check this out. Can't remember exactly how to do it, but you go like this. I don't know if it still works. I don't think it works with this baler, with this wrapper. So basically what you do is you wrap it and then you bring up the next bale and it launches the wrapped bale out the back when it picks up the new one. Drive faster, maybe? Ah, no, they fixed it. They fixed it. No, dude. It's actually so smoother than now, which is cool. But it used to, yeah, you used to put a bale up at the front like that. And then you'd queue up the next one and it would snap into place. And when it snapped into place, it would launch the other one like a catapult straight backwards. It was pretty sick, actually. I wish they didn't fix it because it was actually a lot of fun to, do. Lane, Jesse, Mitchie, Christos, thank you for the follows and the shares on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. What do you think of Fanatec wheels? Fanatec wheels are high quality, but Fanatec as a company is in a little bit of trouble right now. They basically went out of business. They were starting to go out of business because their CEO was just terrible. And then Corsair bought out Fanatec, fired the old CEO. And I think they're trying to revive Fanatec. I don't know if they're going to keep it as Fanatec or if they're going to call it Corsair or what they're going to do. But honestly, Fanatec's been pretty quiet since they got bought by Corsair. They're not bad wheels. I think the part about Fanatec wheels that makes me nervous now is there's no support for Fanatec wheels, right? Like, I don't know if they're getting driver updates again. I don't know if anybody's working on game compatibility when a new game comes out. I don't know if there's customer support in any way. Like, I don't know what Fanatec's doing right now. My advice is avoid Fanatec for now, maybe until this whole Corsair thing gets fully figured out. If you have a Fanatec wheel, great. Keep using it as long as you can. I don't know if I'd buy a Fanatec wheel right now, though. Jay and Eddie, thank you for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Daggerwood almost cried when they fixed it. Dude, I would too. That was my favorite feature of the bale launcher. I also realized I call it a bale launcher because of all of the bale launching that we used to do with this thing. I don't know if it was this one or another one, but man, that was the best. Do that a little smoother. Good information to have. Yeah, like, you should probably look into it more. Like, if you're really interested in a Fanatec wheel, you should look into it a little bit more. I definitely haven't done like my full research into where Fanatec is right now, but I don't know. I like to see when a company is nice and active and engaging with their customers, and Fanatec has just been kind of quiet since then, so who knows. How many games do you have on Farm Sim? I think this is number 6 total. Because we've had our first playthrough, which was Rice in Hutan. Then we did a Riverbend playthrough with my dad and brother. We did a Palanier playthrough on Vines. We did a Kinlog playthrough. We did a Kinlog playthrough with my dad and brother. Maybe it's more than 6. We've got this Native-Thal playthrough, and we have another Native-Thal playthrough with Austin Farmer. And I think that's everything. Oh, and we did a Silver Run Forest playthrough, but didn't end up really taking. I wasn't really enjoying it that much. It was just pulling trees around all day, so wasn't really my vibe. But we might do another logging one in the future. As a Fanatec user, they've been pushing out some great updates. They seem to be investing a ton, sponsoring series, etc. Again, to get their profile up miles ahead of where they were 2 years ago. Okay, good. That's good to hear, and I'm glad you were able to tell us about updates, because that always makes me nervous. Is like when a company goes under, what happens with the updates. I think they really upset a lot of people because they canceled a lot of orders. But basically what happened is there was a lot of orders out for Fanatec, and then they weren't shipping them and they weren't responding to any customer service things. This is when they were going out of business, but like didn't tell anybody that. And so they like weren't responding to anything anywhere. So a lot of people were upset. I'm pretty sure they did end up sending out refunds for all of those, but it was kind of a, you know, bad PR at the time. And again, like, they didn't go out of business because they're bad products. Fanatec makes good products. They went out of business because of bad management. Just absolutely horrendous management is why they went under. I'm still not sure if it's worth buying into their ecosystem, though. Give it a little more time, you know. PC users, yeah, I mean, console users have a lot more options now. They've got the T598 for 5 Newton meters of torque. They've got the Moza R3 for 3 Newton meters of torque, although I have comments about the R3. Fanatec still makes, I think, the strongest wheels for console, if that's important to you. I'm not sure what the rest of their ecosystem actually looks like. I only really know them for their wheels and their pedals, but you see them here and there. I'm hoping to connect with them a little bit more at Sim Gaming Expo this year. Get a better read on what they're making these days, how they're doing. Love to talk to some employees from Fanatec and just get to know them a little bit more, because we've had that opportunity with Thrustmaster, we've had that opportunity with SimuCube and Turtle Beach and Logitech. Like, we've been able to connect with all of these devs. I haven't been able to talk to anybody from Fanatec here. So 8 Newton meters on console, that's pretty solid. Yeah, that's good. I like that. What wheel you got? I'm testing that T598. That's Thrustmaster's entry-level direct drive. Solid wheel. Solid wheel. I'm happy with it. I'd like to up the spring on these load cell pedals that they've got. I ordered a load cell brake from them, but it needs a higher spring in it, I think. I just like stiffer pedals, so I'm gonna put the other one in there. See how it goes. What did the farmer say when he lost his tractor? Oh god, somebody told me this yesterday. I can't remember, Ozzy. I forgot. I love their pedals still. The V3s have been incredible for almost 10 years. Those ones and the... There's another company that virtually just makes pedals. I can't remember what they are. It's like a long German or Dutch word or something like that. Heusigveld or something like that people go crazy for. I tried them, they're good. Definitely, if you're like building a $100,000 setup, this might be the way to go. O'Donnell and Callum, thanks for the follow. What I really want is an active brake. Those active force feedback brakes, dude, those are sick. Those are really cool. I'd like to see more of those. Hoping to test, well, I've tested a few now. I'm hoping to test them some more and see more options at Sim Gaming Expo this year. But like, you get so much information from your brakes. Like, I was ripping around in my car yesterday in real life, and I was driving the speed limit. And when you drive the speed limit, it's crazy how much information you get from like feeling the brake pedal in your car. And to have that in a simulator would be so nice. Like, I'd love to have that in the game as well. We were playing WRC yesterday too, and as our brakes degraded, we actually ended up totally wrecking our brakes in our very last run, and it would have been crazy to feel that process happening on an active brake. I also think I might not have wrecked my brakes if I did that, but that's all right. Have you seen the farming stick from Mose? Yeah, I'll have a video coming out pretty soon about the farming stick. I have $3.3 million in Farm Sim 25, but don't have anything to buy. What would make sense? Any tips? Starting a new game. To be honest with you, you'll get to this point in Farm Sim where you have millions of dollars, nothing to buy. You got the best equipment. You got all the land you could possibly want. That usually means it's time to start a new game. I mean, what you could do is the final hurrah. And I like to do this at the end of all of my saves. I take all of my extra money and I decorate the hell out of my farm, so that when I want to go back to my farm one day and just like go for a little nostalgia trip, it actually looks good. I would do that, and I would start a new save. Don't get into a new type of farming when you're already making millions, because if you do that, then you start at the end of the process. You know, you start with the best of the best equipment. It's way more fun to work up at a new type of farm with crappy brand new or crappy old equipment, I should say, and have to scale it up. If you now get into grapes, you're doing it with millions of dollars. It's easy. You'll farm it for a month and then that's it. Not quite as fun. I wish that they would fix the brakes and engine brake in Farm Sim. It's way too strong. Fix the brakes and engine brake. There's no engine brake in base game Farm Sim. There's engine brakes in modded trucks, but that's not part of Farm Sim, so that's on the modders. The brakes are way too strong. Brakes are they? I'd drive faster and see if the brakes are way too strong. I would say video games are bad for that in general, though. Like, a lot of games have brakes that are too strong. You mean coasting? Oh, like you want it to coast more. Right. So not engine brakes, but like just letting off the pedal. Yeah, I agree with that. The driving in this game isn't terribly realistic. I mean, Farm Sim 25 is so far the best physics model for driving, but you can tell that it's not really their focus, you know? Like they're going for all the other stuff rather than the driving. I remember in Farm Sim 22, it was crazy. It had like infinite traction at all times. It felt like you were stuck to the ground. That definitely got better in Farm Sim 25, but always room for improvement in driving physics, I think. What's the best way to start? I've just messed around, but never real farming. Okay, so if you want to get into real farming, and I say real farming with air quotes, because you can play this game however you want. But when people say real farming, they mean start from scratch, zero to hero, rags to riches, whatever you want to call it. The best way to start this game, absolute number one, is pick a map that you really like. And then pick something you want to farm. Even before you load in, pick a map and what you want to farm. And you don't have to pick like exactly what you want to farm, but you should pick a product. You should be like, okay, I am starting a new map on Nadenthal and I want to make cheese. My goal is to make cheese. $1 million worth of cheese, whatever you want to do. And then you load in with $100,000 start. So set it to start from scratch. You'll start with $100,000 and a $100,000 loan. That's important because when you load into the game, you're going to pay back that loan. Now you're going to, after you pay back that loan, you're going to have $0. You're going to have no equipment and you're going to have no land. And you're basically going to be a farmhand. This is actually like how a lot of farmers got started in real life, especially 30, 40 years ago, right? We got an achievement. That's pretty good. You start as a farmhand. You're going to do contracts until you can buy your first land. And then the game really takes off. Then you make money however you can. You do some more contracts. You maybe buy a greenhouse and put it on your land. Maybe you get a couple of goats and you feed them the grass from around your property. Maybe you cut down the trees you've got and turn them into lumber. Whatever you do, then you're making your own money, right? And you roll that into whatever product you wanted to make. A cheese business, we'll say, since that's what we said we were starting with. You buy a few cows and you learn to dairy farm and then you sell your milk for a while and eventually buy a cheese factory. You start making cheese and like, that's the best way to play the game. It's hundreds of hours of content in one save. One save. Is it worth it for the Moza R3 and the farm stick and also the truck mount? For the Moza R3... maybe if you're on console, because it's the only way that you can use the truck wheel and the truck mount. Honestly, the R3 isn't really powerful enough for the TSW to feel good. It's only 3.9 Newton meters. I'm not a big fan of the R3. Either, if you're going to get into the Moza ecosystem, R5 at the minimum. I'm not a fan of the R3. If you're on console, grab one of the other console direct drive options, like a 598 or something like that. 3.9 Newton meters is just not enough to be worth upgrading to direct drive. Do you upload your streams to watch the full VOD or do you make your streams cut down to videos? Both. You can watch both. So if you go to the YouTube, you can find certain streams edited down into videos. Mostly the streams I do with my dad. And then if you go to the VODs channel, you can find the full streams uploaded. So I gotta catch up a little bit, but there's a couple hundred on there probably. The R3 is only slightly better than the Logitech wheels. I would actually say the R3, with all of its upgrades, is significantly better than the Logitech wheels. Like the Logitech G920 and G29 for sure. Because you get better pedals, you get direct drive, so you get rid of that grinding sound. You can replace the wheel, although it doesn't really have the torque to put super fancy wheels on there. And then there's a bunch of mods you can put on the Moza pedals, like the brake performance kit and stuff like that. Thrustmaster, same thing with the T598. It's not hard to be better than the G29 though, I'm not gonna lie. That wheel had its time. Like, it was one of the best wheels you could buy for its price for a long time, but Everybody else just kind of caught up and Logitech fell behind. Or Logitech didn't move and everybody else caught up is really what it is. My game is frozen. Is it gonna crash? Oh! It figured itself out. That was scary. I'm gonna save the game. Let's save that real quick. Also, do you guys want me to get Petunia off your screen? Sorry. I go like that. Do you ever have any problems with your farm stick in out of ore? No, it's been amazing in out of ore. Only downside to the farm stick in out of ore is you can't use the scroll wheel as the zoom. That's it. It just behaves weird. So you have to use a button as the zoom. Other than that, it's great. Hi, Mountain Island. Welcome in. I wish we could plant crops like they did long ago, scattering seeds by the handful. I still want there to be a farming game that's like old like that. I think that would be cool. There's a few like survival games that do sort of that style of farming, but yeah, I fully agree with that. Have you said that in the Discord? They normally listen very well. Sorry, said what in the Discord? Oh, in out of ore. No, actually I haven't. That's a good point, Lugnuts. I should probably maybe open a ticket or something like that. That'd be good. There we go. Thought that one wasn't going to take. What do you recommend for farming and trucking and racing? So I would recommend keeping your builds pretty adaptable. Like I built my setup so I can truck and farm and race and fly. And I can fly like real life aircraft and I can do space as well. I've got like the most adaptable setup possible. Just don't buy anything too specialized. So stay away from stuff like the Hori Truck Sim bundle, even though it's a good bundle. It's a good bundle. Stay away from stuff like that because it's super specialized. It's going to feel terrible for racing. Stay away from stuff like the Logitech heavy equipment bundle, mostly because it's garbage, but also because it's very specialized. Stay away from stuff like the Moza TSW, the trucking wheel, because it's massive. It's going to feel terrible on racing. And frankly, I don't love it for farming either. Just stay away from specialized stuff. If you use racing gear tends to just kind of work for everything. That's what I do. Get a nice middle of the road joystick, nothing too specialized. Get a nice middle of the road racing wheel and you'll be good. You'll be set. The only other thing I would recommend you get is a pedal set with at least 3 pedals because you're probably going to end up using tracked vehicles at some point. And a tilt kit maybe, but that's again, even that might be getting too specialized. And so horses would be useful. Yes, that's true. Logitech invested in that DD setup that just flopped. It flopped because of the price. I don't know if they didn't do any market research. The Logitech Direct Drive bundle is honestly, it's good. I've used it a few times. It's decent. It's not a bad kit. It looks good. It's relatively snappy. But $1,000? Like, that's insane. Then it's what? It's like 10 Newton meters or something like that. But that wasn't their demographic. That wasn't who was buying Logitech. People who have $1,000 to spend on wheels are buying SimuCube and Heusingveld, and I still don't know how to say that. And, you know, the high-end stuff. They're not buying Logitech. Logitech's bread and butter was the people going to Walmart and picking up a $200 wheel. And they just gave up on that demographic. They half-assed it with the G923. They made upgrades to it and resold. Like they resold the G29 as the G923 with upgrades. Upgraded API, True Force, whatever. Still grindy. Still the same pedals. They didn't change the pedals. They still have the same failure points. It's still the same junk. And then they charged an extra 50 bucks for it. Like they just phoned it in. Logitech was ahead of the game. They could have used all of the money that they had to make another cheap, affordable, you know, everyday set that didn't grind and the pedals didn't wear out. That's it. It was so easy. Metal pedals, Hall effect if you want to, but metal pedals, and fix the grinding in the G29. Boom. $1 trillion idea. And they just phoned it in, dude. It was crazy. I'm pretty wound up about that. Yeah, I am. I'm pretty wound out because it was such an easy win and they dropped the ball so hard and it genuinely negatively impacted the simulator space. And that's kind of why I'm upset about it, is they phoned it in so hard, it led to a net negative impact in the simulator space. I'm all down for as much competition as possible. I want to see as much competition in the simulator space as possible. And because I think it makes everything better. I think it makes pricing better. We get better gear out of it at the end of the day. And one of the biggest players that was in the game just decided to quit. And now I think we're slightly worse off than we were before, you know? Now, we still have good kits. Like, I think Thrustmaster really got it together with the T248 and the T128. So the current generation of Thrustmaster, they locked in. So we lost Logitech, Thrustmaster locked in, Moza entered the scene. I think we're still relatively well off as consumers. We're relatively well off. Would have been nice to have a little more competition, as always. This is a thesis for a business course. I feel like half of my rants are theses for a business course. Theses? Theses? I think it's theses. Maybe we change the topic to carrot cake or something to look after him. Don't talk about carrot cake in my chat. How dare you? How dare you, dude? Sophia, thanks for the follow. What's your absolute setup for everything? In what price range? Give me a price. Give me a price. You want it for everything? Give me a price, and I'll build you something. And then you have to tell me if you need a rig or if it's desk mounted. There's still some questions in there. If it's for everything, I'm assuming we're going with a rig. So add $1,000 for a rig, but yeah, give me a price. You been running a Thrustmaster T150? Not a bad wheel. That was my first wheel, actually. Well, okay. Thrustmaster TMX, but it's the Xbox version of a T150. My favorite crop to grow? I change it up so much. I just don't want to grow the same thing twice, honestly. 500 to 800, probably a desk. Okay. So we need dual joysticks for sure. You're on PC? You're on a desk, so probably PC. Okay, so we go dual farm sticks. Dual farm sticks, that brings us to 160. And then we just need... You kind of go anywhere with the wheel, but you just need 3 pedals. 3 pedals and a decent wheel. Doesn't necessarily have to be direct drive, but you know, if you got the budget. 2 Simtask farm sticks, T248 for cheap, or you could get it to direct drive. H pattern shifter if you want one, whatever's compatible with your wheel. You want to do flight too or no? Because then you just need a throttle. You could use one of your farm sticks. You use one of your farm sticks as a joystick, but you're still gonna need a throttle of some sort. I think people like the Warthog set. So I'll say the Warthog set for that. If you want to do flight. If not, just ignore that part. That'd be like my go-to right now for like more or less entry level. You can go cheaper on some of those components. If you want the same thing, but like dirt cheap. 2 T16000M flight sticks and a T128. And maybe, I mean, if you need a shifter, T8HS shifter for that wheel. Dual Moza AB9s? $5,000 setup. Okay, you want to go absolutely nuts? Yeah, dual Moza AB9s. SimuCube 2 wheelbase. Heusingfeld pedal. No, does Heusingfeld have an active brake? You need somebody with an active brake if you want to go crazy. Dual AB9s is nuts, dude. You know what? I don't know if it would work though. The AB9's a good kit, but like, I wonder if you'd have compatibility problems. Let's assume compatibility is good and you could run dual AB9s. That'd be so awesome, dude. And then, I don't know, as a throttle? What do you do as a throttle? I'm not as familiar with like high-end throttles, but I'm sure somebody makes a wicked one that you could put in there. Yeah. SimCube and Sim Magic for bass and pedals seem to be amazing. So I forgot about Sim Magic. Yes. I mean, they're like top of the line. I met the SimuCube guys at Sim Gaming Expo. They came out from Finland to the expo, and I raced one of the SimuCube guys. He holds the world record for a Dirt Rally 2 stage. So we were racing on his record stage. I think we went close. I think we each took 3 tries, and like I think he won. No, we did more than that. We basically kept just like upping each other. So like he put a time down, then I beat it, and then he came back and he beat it again, and then I came back and then I beat it again, and we just kept doing that. He probably ended up resetting his record on there or something like that. But it was a blast. Those guys can race, dude. I mean, obviously they do. SimuCube. When am I gonna play Black Flag again? Oh, I probably won't stream Black Flag again. That was just for fun. We probably won't stream Black Flag again. It was kind of cool. I don't know if it was worth the price for like a remake like that, but I had a pretty good time with it, honestly. As somebody who's never played Black Flag, it was worth. That was close. As somebody who's never played Black Flag, that was definitely worth the price for me. I almost got a week-long vacation from Twitch. Half-Life 3 is releasing soon? No, probably not. Unless it got announced today, which would be kind of sweet, but I doubt it, dude. Hardcore and Farm Sim is basically start from scratch plus some extra like extra hardcore rules. But those are up to you, basically. You almost got abandoned 2 words. That's what I was saying, dude. Is there any map recommendations to start from scratch? Man, I'm out of words today. It's time to stop talking. We've finished. We've used all the words up. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of good maps in the game. The 2 base game maps that are new, so not Zilanka, the other 2, are very good. And then just sort by popularity in the mod hub. You'll get some good maps. Jackson, thank you for the follow on TikTok. I appreciate that as well. I know this was a while ago, but did you ever make it to the end of the sub goals for Kinlock? Close. What was our last one? We ended up at the point where we were making haggis. I feel like we had one more goal after the haggis, but we had added it. We got through all the goals that I cared about. Yeah. But I can't remember if we had added some more. SimuCube Active Pedal Pro 2600 for 1 pedal. Oh, I tested that one. It's good. It's a solid kit. Yeah, insanely expensive. They had actually just announced it at the time. I have a video with it, actually. They just announced it at the time. They had it on display, and they had it in one of the rigs that they were running. It was pretty cool. It's for the average driver. Like, it's too expensive, but if you were, like, let's say you're an actual race car driver and you're practicing for the real thing, you need those things. Like, you need the $2,600 force feedback pedal, because it actually helps you like learn those signals and muscle memory in your brain, and like that's valuable on the track. For the average person, even going for immersion, it's probably overkill. I mean, if you're rich and going for immersion, I guess go for it, but other than that, that's for actual race car drivers, I think. Making haggis, yeah, it was awesome, dude. It's very hard to find haggis, obviously, in Calgary, Alberta. But I found this butcher who specialized in like Scottish meats, basically. And I went and I bought a haggis from him and some Lorne sausage and a couple of like Scottish breakfast packs, which is basically all the meat that comes in a Scottish breakfast. So some sausage, some black pudding, some white pudding, some back bacon. I think that was pretty much everything that was in there. And then I just made it up with like some tomatoes and some beans and stuff like that. And it was fantastic. I didn't do a deep fried piece of bread though. I've seen that. Should have tried that one. That looks kind of good. Looks incredible. I think you get a half measure with this new haptic feedback pedals, a cheap step above, but not full active. I think like the most minimum you could do is if you get one of those like butt kickers, it basically vibrates your seat. I think those can integrate the brake feedback, but I'm not sure. That would help a little bit too. Will you buy the new Moza farming control system? Oh, I broke it. Kidding, that is detachable. That's supposed to be there. It's right here. I got a video coming out about it. They actually sent it to me. It was a secret that I had to keep for many, many months. It's actually been delayed a lot. I don't know if I can talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it. So I originally got that about 3 months ago. It's been sitting beside me the whole time. It was originally supposed to launch nearly a month ago now. And they just kept delaying it as they're working on like drivers and keybinds and stuff like that. And then it finally was announced, I think earlier this week, and then we could start showing content about it on the 28th, and I could finally confirm that I had it and was testing it. The town I live in is having a Scottish festival next weekend. I'll be able to get some haggis there. Have you ever had it, Crash? I mean, even if you have, I would take an opportunity to have more haggis. That is super tasty. And it, like, when I was growing up, haggis was always like it was always one of those foods that you would talk about to gross people out. You're like, yeah, the Scottish they put sheep lung in a sheep's stomach and then they boil it. And it's like, ooh, that sounds gross. But like, it's so tasty. It's so, and it's not even weird. It's not like tasty in a weird way. It's conventionally tasty food. I don't know why people were always so rude about it. Oh, let's go get another thing of wrap here. Wiener and Nash, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Awesome shirt. Thank you, D-Mac. Appreciate that. Do you recommend a mount for putting a wheel in a more horizontal position? Yes. Yeah, I do. They sit really straight. If you're doing anything other than racing, yes, get a mount to tilt it up. Even this is on a tilt kit. Like, this is tilted up more than it's supposed to be. Typically they're a lot straighter. That's only really good if you're driving a car. I mean, look at the wheel tilt on this tractor right here. Mine's not even close to that. Mine's still got another 40 degrees to go before it's at that level. If you're doing trucking, tractoring, any sort of equipment, tilt kit is good. A lot of tilt kits also let you tilt it on the fly too. So the Thrustmaster one has the Moza one has, you need an Allen key to do it. The Thrustmaster one has ones you can twist with your fingers to loosen, and then you just move it into another position. Move your chair a little bit, and now you're in racing mode. I like that one. That one's really good. That's what we're using. But yeah, totally worth it. The sticks, yeah, mount for the sticks. You got two options. If you're on a desk, you can just tough it out, which sucks. Well, you can buy this stuff called museum gel. Amy, my girlfriend, introduced me to this. It's called museum gel, and they use it in museums to keep delicate things from tipping over. So like glass vases, that way they could just take an extra bump or two and they won't tip over. You can just order it on Amazon, and it's kind of like a clear gel that won't damage the surface that it's on, but it'll stick whatever you place. So it's meant to, like, yeah, stick like an old glass vase to a display unit or something like that. You can actually buy this and you can put it underneath your joysticks, and that'll stop it from tilting. The better option is to buy a desk mount so you can just mount it off the desk. Need Ranny wrap, right? What do you think we need? Comes with 40 rolls. How many rolls does this hold? I think 4 will be more than enough. I don't even know how much this holds. Yep, go for it. Oh, I don't even think we used one, dude. Oh, it bought it. It bought it at the shop. I wanted to put these in there. Oh, man. Yeah, that's fine. At least we have them. I'll go store them in the barn or something like that. What about me? I have a glass desktop, so I can't use mounts. I would use museum gel in your case, Psycho. That's literally the perfect situation for museum gel. If you can't use mounts, that's the best you can do, unfortunately. Can't use mounts, hey? Even if you like put some padding in there or something like that, yeah, it's sketchy. That is one downside to a glass tabletop. You could buy a couple of like PVC sheets or even some wood sheets and lay them above and below, so it spreads out the weight a little bit. It's still sketchy, but like it's a little better, I guess. Maderia, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Those coming in, if you got a raid and run, totally understand. Otherwise, welcome in. I hope you guys had a good stream. What were you doing? Velcro tape? I have Velcro tape. It's good. Velcro tape. Yeah. I think that would make a good one as well. Maderia, I don't think we've met before. How was your stream? Tell us a little bit about yourself. And thank you so much for the raid. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Here, I'll come give you a follow. Guys, I don't know if Maderia, also I might be saying that wrong, is 18 plus or not. I have not seen their content yet, but go give them a follow if you want and go check them out. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing? I built a bracket that slides onto my keyboard slide and mounted my sticks to that. Wait, that's sick. I like that. That was a good one, dude. Oh, don't want to wrap that twice. What wheel and sticks are you using? I'm using a T128 and I'm using a T598 for my wheel and 2 Simtask farm sticks. Direct drive, we actually have some options these days. Yeah, sorry, I saw your question earlier. You're asking for some direct drive recommendations. What do you want to play? What are you playing on? And how much do you want to spend? So what? Uh-oh, this is gonna drop here. That was good. I almost dropped that on the neighbor's field. How much money do you want to spend? What games do you play? Nah, don't worry about that. How much money do you want to spend? What device are you playing on? And I'll start with that. Racing and farming. I'm on PC. My budget's around 250. There's no direct drive wheels for 250, to be honest with you. PXN has one called the V99. I think that would be the cheapest direct drive, and I think that one's even more expensive than 250. Also, I don't recommend it. I haven't been able to test it myself, so I haven't been able to test it. Okay, I agree with Hari's message, but because he's being annoying about it, now I have to block him, which is crazy. Used Moza R3. Nah, don't get a Moza R3. You're better off getting a used belt drive for that. Skip the R3. The Xbox fanboys love the R3. It's not even that good of a kit. I think it's just because it's the only way Xbox players get to use a Moza, and so they're obsessed with it. But it's not a well-priced kit, and it's not the right price for PC at all. If you go Moza, R5 minimum. If you want cheaper, T598. If you want more expensive, Fanatec is what I would do. So take a look at in your case, entry-level direct drive, take a look at the T598 and the R5. Those are your two best options. I'm from Sweden and stream whenever I feel like it. I would stream farming and a bunch of other games. Thank you. No problem. Welcome in. I was in Sweden last year and I had a lovely time. You guys have a cool country, dude. I'm currently using a T598. I have used every wheel that I recommend. In fact, every wheel that I've ever recommended is sitting right behind me on that shelf. There's about 14 of them on there right now. R5 Pro? What's an R5 Pro? I don't know what that is. I've used the R5. What's an R5 Pro? Is it just an R5 with all of the options added onto it? Or what?
Psycho11978 just subscribed with Prime.
Psycho, thank you for using your Prime sub in here, dude. I appreciate that. 10 months, holy Psycho. Thank you so much. What mod would you recommend for me to download that would make the game new again? I'm kind of getting bored with it. I honestly don't think there's a lot of mods in this game that'll be a full refresh for you, Dan. My actual recommendation is to take a break from Farming Sim and try something else. If you like simulators like this, I recommend Out of Ore as a mining sim. I recommend American, a Euro Truck sim. That one's a decent one. Construction sim you can get lost in for a couple hundred hours. But I honestly don't think a mod is going to provide what you're looking for. I think you maybe might get a few more hours of fun out of a mod, but I think you're better off walking away from Farm Sim for a little bit, playing another game, and then coming back to Farm Sim when you get the farming itch again, you know? I really don't think you have to try to have fun in a game. I think it's okay to take a break from it. I got you. I play ATS iRacing, and this I might try Out of War. Out of War is good. If you're self-directed enough where you can really enjoy Farm Sim, you'll have a good time with Out of War. The only people that won't have a good time with Out of War are people who need the game to tell them what to do. Out of War does not tell you what to do. You just gotta figure it out. It's all self-directed. You figure it out. You'll have to look up videos on how to do certain things. But if you can do that, you'll have a great time on Out of War. When does AFS come out for console? Oh, ATS come out for console? Nobody knows yet. Nobody knows. I'd be surprised if it was by the end of this year, though. I kind of think it might take longer than that. Yeah, Firefighter Sim. Firefighter Sim is a very different game, but it is good. R5 Pro is the new Moza wheel. I'll look into that. Well, I'm curious to see how they changed it and what the price looks like too. Should I upgrade from a Thrustmaster T128? I kind of just like the feel of it when I turn the wheel. Yeah, that's like entry level wheel. That's a very common first wheel. It's a good way to test if you even like playing with the steering wheel. You should upgrade from the T128. The easiest upgrade for you would be a T248, which is like the next step up. Really solid pedals, still in Thrustmaster, so any like shifters and stuff you maybe already have would work. That's an easy upgrade. Direct drive, I'd be very honest with yourself if you really need to go direct drive. I love direct drive. I'm using one right now, but I will call people out for encouraging everybody to go direct drive, because if you're playing games like this, you're never going to experience it. You'll never get your use out of a direct drive. You'll pay an extra $300 for something you'll never experience, because they're just not built for games like this. I would go with T248, and then if you really want to go direct drive, look into those options, but only if you're doing some racing. Direct drive is for racing. There's some situations where you may want it for trucking, but only if you really want to go hard at the trucking, that's for sure. Next farming sim would likely be, so I'll drop this right here. Next farming sim would likely be at the end of 2027. If, like, that's the next most likely end of 2027, because we know we're getting a new DLC at the end of this year. So next one would be potentially at the end of 2027. I could see them doing another year of DLC though, and taking an even bigger jump at the end of 2028. I wouldn't mind that. I'd be cool with that. Like if they were gonna get stuff like, oh, I don't know, like mud effects in the game, I'd be cool with them taking another year to make that happen and making a bigger jump before we have to buy another game. I know people are kind of disappointed that they now do a new game every 3 years instead of 2 years, but like kind of like when they take longer, because we get a bigger jump, you know. I gotcha. I also play Tarkov, but I'm trying to find games that don't make me hate my life. Dude, I freaking love Tarkov. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, but I get you. I totally get that. Yeah, Out of War might be the one for you. What have I been playing lately? I've been playing through the GTA 5 storyline for the very first time. I just finished Cyberpunk 2077. I played Mega Bonk kind of casually, Balatro casually. Oh, I've been grinding out Microsoft Flight Sim like crazy, dude. I have never played a flight sim before other than DCS. And I avoided Microsoft Flight Sim because I just hated scenario-based stuff. The new career mode is so much fun, dude. And I don't know a lot about aviation. I can identify a handful of planes and helicopters. I generally am not a big AV geek, but I'm having a great time with Microsoft Flight Sim. That's very solid. Yeah, War Thunder's okay. War Thunder's a little more casual than I typically like for flight stuff. I typically like more simulator-focused stuff. So Arma, DCS, Microsoft Flight. I've been trying a little bit of nuclear option too. That was kind of cool. but I haven't played enough of it to start recommending it yet. That's for sure. That's a little too fast. Do you think $1,500 would be enough to get a good PC to run Farm Sim 25 with a good amount of mods? Yeah. Yeah, I think you could, especially if you got lucky with a couple of good sales. At that price point, I really think you should look into the Steam machine, because I don't know if you could build a much better PC than the Steam machine for $1,500 unless you really knew what you were doing and had access to good parts and good deals and maybe somebody that could advise you on the more technical aspects. Steam machine is a decent deal, honestly. And you're in the price range where that should be one of your considerations. The R5 Pro has new pedals, 6 Newton meters of torque, and it's $399. I'd have to see what the pedals are like. I don't think an extra Newton meter of torque is quite worth that. But I'd have to see the pedals, because that is that's one of the negative things I could say about the R5 is the pedals are very basic. Like, what do they come with? The SRP lights? Mid pedal set. I'll take a look at that. The pedals were what needed to be upgraded on the R5 though, so I'll definitely take a look. If I have flight sim controllers like you, definitely would. That's fair. I don't know if it'd be as fun with a controller. Hopefully Giants fixes the problem with the stuff moving on a trailer, even with the straps on it. That's a big one. And like, I don't know how much experience you have with video games. It's kind of impressive that it works already. Like, as poorly as it works now, in the grand scheme of video games, having 2 entities tied together like that is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It doesn't work on most games. So the fact that it works as well as it does in Farm Sim is already surprising. SnowRunner does it decently well too, but it also has the exact same problem where it like kind of shakes off. Not a lot of games are able to pull that off at all. So gotta give them credit where credit's due, at least. So the SRP2, you can add performance kit for all of the pedals. Okay, I'll look at that. That seems like, honestly, that sounds good. That sounds good. I'll have to compare some prices on that, but. The new Moza joystick. Okay, yeah, so after using it for a couple of months, first thing I could say, the default key bindings are a nightmare. It's very clear to me that nobody who regularly plays Farm Sim was terribly involved in the production of that kit. I like the buttons and the switches. That's cool. The joystick is okay, but it has to be on a rig. It doesn't work on a desk. Because they didn't put it in the middle, it tips over when you use the joystick. Same with the throttle. It tips over when you use the throttle. It's just the throttle you can be a little more gentle with, so it's less of a problem. But it basically needs to be on a driving rig. It's not a desk kit. And then, yeah, you'll have to set the keybinds yourself because the default ones are terrible. Other than that, it's a good build. Pretty solid Moza. I think it's priced way better than I thought it was going to be. I just kind of assume Moza stuff is going to be kind of $50 to $100 more expensive than it should be. But this was right on the money, actually. This is perfect. So I'd recommend it maybe if you never intend to do dual sticks. I would recommend it if you have a driving rig. It's a very specific demographic, unfortunately. If you never intend to dual sticks and you have a driving rig, it's probably a good kit for you. It also works for other games. Like, it'll work for American Truck and Farm Sim and Construction Sim. But again, if you're gonna do dual sticks, you're not gonna buy 2 of those, obviously. And then if you do dual sticks, you're going to have a mismatch on the sticks. Like, you'll have that one as your right stick, but then you'll have one of these as your left stick, which may or may not bother you. I don't know. That would bother me personally, but I guess not necessarily everybody. Decide if that's a problem for you, I guess. Very true. Farm Sim came along from the first Farm Sim I played in 08. Mine was 2012 was the first Farm Sim I played. And that was crazy. I played Farm Sim 2012. I tried 17, immediately hated it. Tried 19, hated it after a couple hours. Tried 22, and that was the one that started to hook me because productions got brought into the game. And I finally felt like it was more than just driving back and forth on fields. And then I started to really like it. After that, I was pretty well hooked. Do you know anything about farming? Yes, plenty. Why? What's your question? I hope Moza makes different joysticks so you can copy John Deere or Fendt or Case IH. That would be cool. Yeah, I see why they went kind of basic with the current setup, because they wanted to go cheap probably. Would be cool to see some licensed, like actual, especially the throttle, right? To see some actual licensed stuff. Joystick is super basic right now. You can use their other joysticks on it. I wonder if they're gonna make more joysticks for it though, because like the joystick, it's super basic. It really is just like this thing for the camera, 4 buttons, which isn't enough, and then it's got 2 buttons on the back, which isn't enough. So again, they're going for cheap, they're going for basic. I would like to see them make something closer to this, like a Moza, I don't know, what would you call that? Farm Stick Pro or something like that, and then you can stick it on there. I think that would be cool. The other thing I'd like to see is for them to take this right here, take this off, not off, but like make another one of these with just the stick, so that you could plug it into here and you could have dual sticks. So at least they're identical. Just another stick only left stick with its own cable that plugs into that. So you could use dual sticks on one USB port and have identical sticks. Something you could bolt down. That would be sweet. Because nobody's buying 2 of those. You could, I guess. But then you got you got 2 throttles. It's on the wrong side. I don't know. It's funky. Personally, I wouldn't buy 2. The button panel would be nice, so having a couple of button panels wouldn't be too bad. The Logitech side panel was good for its time. Obviously, it has aged quite a bit since then. I've heard a lot of reports saying it no longer actually works for Farming Sim 25. I couldn't tell you because mine broke while I was playing Farm Sim 22, so I never got the chance to try it on Farm Sim 25. It's also behind me there. But it's broken now, so I can't tell you if it works or not. I stack 3 of these? Oh, just 2 at this size. That would have been nice. It's okay. I would rather do a farm stick than the side panel. But I did enjoy my time with the side panel. It's just the joystick fell apart pretty quick. The buttons kept working for a long time. Until it fully gave out, the buttons were working. I also used it a lot. The rest of the bundle is no go though. The rest of that bundle is absolute junk. But you can buy the side panel separately, so just don't buy the bundle for sure. I got it for more buttons for racing. Yeah, more buttons for racing. Personally, if I'm going for more buttons, I would recommend a Stream Deck, not Steam Deck. Stream Deck are great for adding buttons to your simulator rigs. If you need a joystick, there's like 20 buttons on the base. It's good enough. And then I use a Stream Deck on top of that for more buttons. As someone with my sticks on the chair, I want wireless without lag. Oh, that would be nice. Wireless without lag is tough to do. That's why I don't run a lot of wireless gear. Even my headset, I do wired, right? I don't want to mess around with batteries. I don't want delay. I definitely get you, especially if you're doing like flight stuff. Like, you don't want lag on flight gear. That would be a rough experience. Kind of like the feel of round buttons and switches. Round buttons, does anyone do round buttons on a panel? Loop deck, maybe? Otherwise, there's probably some custom stuff. I get it with round buttons, though. That's totally fair. Ben, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Do you think I can get a decent enough pre-build for 1500? As a pre-build? See, when you buy a pre-build, about $200 to $400 of the pre-build isn't put into the parts, it's put into the labor, right? So that's spending, and at 1500 it'd be closer to 200, right? But you'd be spending more than 10% of your budget to have somebody else build it on a pre-build. I think you'd be better off getting, building it yourself for 1500. I promise you it's easier than you think it is. I think you'd be better off building it yourself for 1500. If you're gonna get a pre-build for 1500, then just get a Steam machine, because that'll be a more competitive pre-build for well, cheaper than that actually. So yeah, that's what I would do. No snack goal for the cat. Oh, we do that on Twitch actually. Yo, where do we put these? We got 14, so we're gonna have 10 stacks like this. 10? We have 10 stacks like this? We're gonna sell them relatively soon. Let's go take a look at the farm. We're gonna sell them in a month, so like, I want to put them somewhere where they're gonna be easy to pick up. How are we gonna load these? How are we gonna load these? And they stack so annoyingly too. I think I need to seed this month too, right? It's May. They have to ferment for 3 months. I thought it was 1 month. What do you mean 3 months? Since when? Yeah, I gotta plant rye this month, so I can't put them on a field. Take them back to the farm, see if there's anywhere we can store them. 3 months? Since when? My day's going good, DJ. Welcome in. Oh, sorry, we stream on Twitch as well. The Twitch is Sparx TV, Sparx TV. Yeah, see you over there. Is it the T598 wheel uncomfortable? Nope. I honestly don't know if I've ever had an uncomfortable wheel. Uncomfortable? I've never had an uncomfortable wheel. No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever had an uncomfortable wheel. I think the closest, maybe the Camus C5 was probably the least comfy, but no, I don't think I've ever had an uncomfortable one. I do have a hay barn. Yeah, I think that's the best place to put it. We'll put it in the barn, just because we will sell these. Well, when do you sell silage though? Maybe we won't sell them. Take a look for silage. The sign behind me is an Etsy seller called Neon Lands out of, I want to say Malaysia. No, it's not Malaysia. Singapore, I think. He does an incredible job. And my first sign was broken and he fixed it for free and sent me a new one. I know, it's really good. This is one of the cheaper ones. He does like RGB ones. I knew mine would always be red, so it wasn't a concern, but he'll do RGB as well. Oh, the price fluctuation on silage is nothing. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna end up selling it before we do straw. Fine, that works for me. Alfredo, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. Appreciate that. $1 or have it and give it to the next person? That's crazy, dude. Is the farm sticks quality better than the T16000s? Quality? Yeah, I guess so, because it's got the extra joystick on top. Yeah, a little bit. It actually uses the same base. And I think the general joystick is like built on the same frame, but it's got way more buttons and it's got the thumbstick. Rather, the hat switch is fine, but like the hat switch on the T16000 is fine. The actual joystick is definitely better. So yeah, I'll say for this at least. Okay, so we're gonna put this in the yeah, we'll put it in the barn. That's all right. And we can even save it. Like we could save it until we sell it with the rest. I guess we don't have to sell it at the same time. Let's put it over on the right side. We'll see how far back we could get it in there. And if we could just do it all in one row, that would be kind of sick. What do you think about Farms in 26? It's not a bad game, but I'm a little bit disappointed that we can't do start from scratch. That was probably my biggest disappointment with 26. Is no start from scratch. Oh, I forgot that it does that. That is annoying. I'm not sure if this tractor can pull this off because it has trouble maneuvering this when that thing is out. Holy, this is a big barn. How far back we could go with it. It's actually doing okay. I think once it gets onto the concrete, it'll be all right. We're right against the wall if we can. When will this stream be on YouTube? Usually about a week after their stream, they end up on YouTube. It's not quite as far back as I want, or as close to the wall as I want. Oh, that's not good. We've glitched into the floor. See if this makes a massive mess. I fixed it. That's okay. All right. Do we want to bother pushing those back? I mean, how many bales is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we'll be okay. I don't think we need to fill it up that much. I think we'll be okay with that there. Because I'm going to have less than 10 stacks. I'm only going to have 9 more stacks. And we'll definitely have room for those. Okay, that's fine. Can't always have everything you want in life. That's true, JB, I guess. Thanks again for the AI setting change. No problem. Happy to help, dude. What are the benefits of wrapping bales? Do you make much more money than just selling unwrapped? Oh, it makes a totally different product. So with straw and hay, you never wrap them. It doesn't make any sense. But if you wrap grass, it turns into something called silage. And that's basically fermented grass. And yes, it sells for way more than just regular grass. So if you have grass bales, wrap them. Don't wrap your straw or your hay. It doesn't make any sense. It may not even let you, to be honest, but it just doesn't make any sense to do. What's better, Farm Sim 22 or 23? Well, Farm Sim 22, because Farm Sim 23 is a mobile game. Farm Sim 22, what do you mean by far Farm Sim 23? No. Farm Sim 22 is a way better game than Farm Sim 23. Farm Sim 23 is that generation's mobile game for phones. Farm Sim 22 is the last gen main game for PC and consoles. But Farm Sim 25 is the best, like the best game there is for Farm Sim right now. It's confusing. I hate that they do it. I wish they would just do Farm Sim 25 and Farm Sim 25 mobile. But for some reason they do the numbers like that and everybody gets confused all the time. And here we are having that conversation. I meant Farm Sim 22, typed it wrong. No, it's all good. I don't want to ill-advise anybody, you know. Crazy Drive, thank you very much. What can I say? Everdream, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. Mods, can we do a shout out for Everdream? Well, he's here. Everdream, how's it going? What you been up to? I hear that peas is the best crop to make money. In some ways, that is true. By some metrics, peas are the best crop to make money. You'll hate doing them though. I can tell you that. In terms of acreage, it's up there. Acreage, non-processing, peas are the best. Onions, processing are the best. Per acre. Per game hour, soybeans. Per cost, silage probably. Is my guess. I have to do the math on that one maybe. That's a harder one. Good. I did car stuff today, like some sort of non-gamer. Like you went outside? That's super lame, Everdream. Never do that again. Everdream, you better promise me you never go outside again, dude. I can't believe you do this to us. Us basement dwellers, you bragging about how you go outside and stuff. You gonna turn into a normie? Everdream, we can't have you here if you're gonna turn into a normie, dude. That's crazy. Anyways, I hope you had a good time. I had a good time. I went outside in the humidity. It was 80% today. It was not the move. Oh, God. I'd be throwing up. It was 32 degrees Celsius today. And the humidity wasn't too bad. Sometimes it gets kind of gross. We got a little bit of smoke in the air right now. So it's not terribly humid. Not that that's not its own problem. But the heat was what was getting us today. You know what? You can't have basement without Sparx. I think you can spell basement without Sparx. If that's what you're getting at. Love the Out of War series on YouTube. Trombone, thanks so much, dude. Should have another one hopefully tomorrow, actually. We're recording one live tomorrow, and then we should have another one posted tomorrow as well. I'll let you guys know. I built it myself, but I'd never done it and have no PC knowledge. At some point, one PC will have to be your first PC. You may as well just make it this one. Like, you don't have to know how to build a PC before you build one. One day, you're gonna build your first PC, and it's gonna be a learning experience, and you're gonna have to do some research while you do it. But one of them's gonna have to be your first. Make it this one. Why not? Why not make it this one? It's easier than you think it is. Just look up a video on how to build a PC. Linus Tech Tips has a good one that they do every year on how to build a PC. Go watch it. It's like Lego, dude. Most of it is foolproof. The only two things that are probably difficult just because you have to get it right is mounting the CPU and mounting the cooler. A lot of PC shops will actually do that for you. Some of them will even do it for free, which is insane. Like the one around here, Memory Express. You buy the parts, they'll do it for free. And they'll even boot it and load Windows on for you. But if not, it's still something you're capable of. You don't have to be an engineer to do it. You can for sure pull it off. So what you're saying is to go to a pre-build site and see what setups they have and then copy them and build it for yourself? Yes. Yes, that's a great idea. Now, just keep in mind that sometimes pre-builds are built the way they are because they buy the parts in bulk. So they're not always like the best components for that build. It's just like sometimes they'll get RAM in bulk or they'll get GPUs in bulk. And so they build a bunch of pre-builds with those particular parts. But it's a good place to start. Take a pre-build that seems like it's within your price range and take all the parts and price them up on Newegg or something like that and see what the price comes in at. And then if it's under your price point, upgrade a couple of those parts. Put an extra 16 gigs of RAM in there. Put a slightly upgraded GPU. If they're doing a 3070, do a 3080, you know? Upgrade just little bits like that until you hit your budget. PC part picker is really good too. Yeah, 100%. You have to store them for some time before selling, or how do you know when they're ready? Yes, you do. I'll show you how you know when they're ready. Let me just get this parked in the barn, and then I'll show you how to tell when they're ready. Have you seen the German guys that make custom side panels and joysticks for farms? No, there's a few sellers out there that do stuff like that though, and they're pretty sweet. There's some for, I would actually say the cooler ones I've seen are for American Truck Sim. The custom builds for American Truck Sim are sick. They've got like a key start, CB radio, like they've got the pull out buttons for the brakes, like the parky brake and the trailer brakes. They're cool, dude. Watching any movies that came out recently? Project Hail Mary, 10 out of 10. That was awesome. I gotta see the Odyssey. I think that one's gonna be good. I'm generally a fan of Christopher Nolan, so like I'm looking forward to the Odyssey. But yeah, Project Hail Mary is probably the best movie I've seen in a while. Should be able to drop that there. Oh, and that one actually worked a little bit better. There we go. Okay, that was a little easier to maneuver and stuff too. Perfect. Is there any 70mm in Canada? A fun fact, actually. 70mm is... Okay, 70mm isn't a Canadian invention. IMAX is a Canadian invention. It was invented by 4 engineers in Toronto, I think. So the OG IMAX is actually in Canada. I'm assuming we have some. I don't like movie theaters, though. If I could watch 70mm in my house, I would. But I would rather watch it on a regular screen in my house than go out, watch it in 70mm, but have a bunch of morons chewing and on their phones beside me. Last time I was at the movies, it was genuinely such a terrible experience. I'm never going again. Like there were multiple people on their phones. There were people crinkling wrappers. Some idiot answered his phone in the middle of the movie. I was like, okay, the general public is no longer capable of movie theaters. I'm not going. Now, like if you go see something like the Odyssey in 70mm on release, you're probably getting people who are there to watch it, right? You're probably getting like more cool people. But yeah, I just realized I think I like watching at home. I also like subtitles when I watch stuff. I feel like I get more information. I hate when I'm watching something in a theater and like the audio is just not balanced properly and I miss some word or I miss some sentence and now I'm sitting there wondering what I missed. I like subtitles because I catch 100% of the script. And so I always watch with subtitles, even in English. Last time I was at the cinema, I think it was Naked Gun. That was so peak because the theater was basically empty. Yeah, see, that would be good. I also waited for Project Hail Mary to watch at home. So much better. Yeah, we did the same and didn't regret it, honestly. Audio balancing has been a problem in theaters. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, they've been kind of like the mixing has just kind of been bad in some movies, but like in theaters, it's rough, dude. Yeah, I think the home experience is better now. Rather go to a movie theater than watch it on a plane or something like that, but I think my home experience is the best. I can pause it when I need to. I can use subtitles. I can eat whatever food I want. It doesn't cost me $80. I think the home movie experience is the best. I respect Christopher Nolan for using IMAX. You know, that's kind of been his whole thing is use the best technology available. I can respect it. It's kind of snobby to be like, oh, you have to watch it in 70 mil. Because, like, what if there's not one in our city? I'm not flying to Toronto to watch it in 70 mil. Like, I'm going to watch it where I can watch it. But I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. As long as it's not like, yeah, you have to watch it in 70 mil to get it. Because it's just not possible for everybody. We're collecting bales right now. Do you play Satisfactory? I freaking love Satisfactory, dude. That game is so good. Pete and Stan, thanks for the follows. Sparx, I'm trying to get new parts. What should I upgrade for my NVIDIA 970? If you have a build with an NVIDIA 970, you need to upgrade everything because chances are it's all outdated. Chances are you're on an outdated motherboard, outdated RAM, outdated CPU. If you've got a 970, unfortunately, it's probably time for a full rebuild. Amaze. Yeah, I agree. My girlfriend and I went to the movies the other day. $80 for 2 people, including 1 popcorn, 2 drinks. It's crazy expensive. It's bad, dude. It's bad. I know. I like get $80 worth of sushi instead and watch it in bed, dude. Like it's so much better. And like, yeah, I'm not much of a movie snob. I know a lot of movie snobs, self-identified movie snobs, really love the cinema experience. I can kind of see it, but I just haven't had a good one. And yeah, like I said, maybe if I went to see something at release where a bunch of cinema heads are going to watch it and they're going to go respect the experience and stuff like that, I bet that is really good. But I don't care enough to go watch something on release like that. I'm going to watch it when I want to watch it at home. Screw you now, I really want sushi? Sorry. Did you know when I was buying my 5090 graphics card, there's a better graphics than that? I had no idea, but it's like 3 times the price. Yes, there is. There actually is way better graphics cards than the 5090. The 5090 is kind of like the best affordable consumer graphics cards. The stuff that they're using to like make video games and render animated movies and stuff like that would blow your mind. We're talking like multiple 6-figure graphic cards in like a server rack to do some of these things. A 5090 is just the best consumer card because it got cheap enough. It's basically technology that's been around for a while that's gotten cheap enough that the average person can afford it. The stuff that's in the industry out there is nuts, dude. Gabri Stan, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Anders, welcome in. JDM, thanks for the awesome. And Corey, thank you for the roses on TikTok. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're on Twitch as well. The Twitch is Sparx TV. If you come over to the Twitch, you can see the full screen and you can see my cat. We have a cat cam. Here, I'll turn it on for Twitch. We have a cat cam and you can now see Petunia. I think I'll move it so it's a little bit closer to her because a lot of that is like not in frame. But we do now have the Petunia cam and she's just sleeping away. That's so cute. I can also use the Petunia cam to show you guys stuff now, which is nice. It's a mobile camera, so I can either take stuff over to there or I can pick it up and I can like show you what I'm doing with that camera, which is pretty nice. I know, we finally have it. It's finally there. Only I can activate it right now. I gotta find some sort of bot or something that will let you guys do it with channel points and bits and subs if you want. So I'll make sure that I'll make sure that happens. You know what I could do is I could replace my alert maybe with a live feed. So rather than having the picture that pops up whenever you guys send bits or whatever, it plays a little animation. Maybe I'll just have it open that camera for a few seconds, and it'll say like, thank you for sending 100 bits, and then it'll open that for a few seconds rather than doing an animation. That'd actually be kind of sick. It should go on when we give the cat a treat. I think you guys would be disappointed because she won't wake up. She won't wake up if we give her a treat. She'll sleep right where she is now, and then she'll go get the treats a little bit later because she knows they're not going anywhere. Justin, Connor, Gage, thanks for the shares, guys. Shares and follows, actually. How much is your whole gaming setup? The whole thing? I don't know. My PC's about $4 grand. My monitor is expensive. My driving rig, probably with everything on it, probably closer to 4,000. And then I've got a couple of monitors. I got some lights in here. All in all, probably around 20,000 for everything. Like, I'm running 2 PCs, tons of monitors, lights, all sorts of button panels and stuff like that. Everything's probably 15 to 20,000. But like, I've collected these things over 15 years now. So you wouldn't go out and buy all of these things in one shot. You know, you collect them over time. Go. Man, there's going to be a lot of silage. Oh, I was going to show you guys how to do the silage bales. So you turn on that menu in the top left, and then you walk up to a silage bale. And then it tells you the percentage. Oh, sorry. It actually tells you in the bottom right. So this is 2% fermented. Once it says 100% fermented, it'll change from grass to silage. It'll say 6,000 liters silage. Then it's done. And it's ready to sell. It used to take 30 days. Psycho was saying it takes 3 months now. But it used to take exactly 1 month in game. To the minute. To the minute. Not like overnight. It's to the minute. Is how long it used to take. Precision farming might have changed that, I guess. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it happened like that. Making silage right now. People love doing silage, dude. It's crazy. 25 will actually run on a garbage PC, surprisingly. The minimum for FarmSim 25 is like an NVIDIA 1050 Ti. 16 gigs of RAM, some junker CPU. Like, it's actually insane how minor of a PC you can run this on. How potato of a PC you can run this on. And some people have been using less than that and say it still runs well. That's just like the guaranteed 30 FPS 1080p number, I guess. $100 and a Big Mac for the whole rig. Okay, I'm in. You can talk me in with a Big Mac, dude. I freaking love Big Macs. I got a Big Mac yesterday, and McDonald's has this like habanero sauce. So I took the habanero sauce, I put it on the Big Mac. Oh, so good. It's like a spicy Big Mac. It's incredible, dude. I had a great time. My mouth is watering now. I'm gonna have another Big Mac today. I gotta go eat something healthy, chat. Did I eat the big arch? No, I didn't. I gotta check that out. I'll give you 2 Big Macs then. Oh, 2 double Big Mac. I want double Big Macs. Do you know they have a Big Mac without the meat? It's very weird to see. It's just basically a Big Mac lettuce burger, but they have a Big Mac without the meat. Oh, I tried the McVeggie. They've got a spicy McVeggie. It's like a veggie burger. Really good, actually. I feel like places have actually been nailing veggie burgers lately. I like beef, so I'm a beef burger guy. Occasionally a chicken burger, but I always like to try the new stuff when it comes out. Veggie burger was actually solid. I might get it if I'm ever like trying to cut calories a little bit. I would genuinely go with a veggie burger if it's actually any less calories. It may, knowing McDonald's is probably the same amount, but McDonald's for your anniversary, spoil your lady. That actually would be spoiling her. She loves McDonald's. She loves McDonald's. She really likes Taco Bell. Honestly, though, that would be spoiling her. If honestly, the best thing I could do is get McDonald's or Taco Bell. She'd get a crispy chicken snack wrap and an ice cream cone, and she'd be set as like the best thing you could possibly feed her. Veggie patty at Subway isn't bad. Oh, I've never tried that. Veggie patty at Subway. The other good one I had was the veggie burger at A&W. That one was really solid. And then A&W did like a curry burger. It was like a tikka burger or something like that. I can't remember exactly. It was incredible, dude. It was so good. Wasn't there a bigger version of the Big Mac a while back? There's a double Big Mac now. There's a chicken Big Mac, a double Big Mac, and the meatless Big Mac. I would do if they would make a Big Mac with those veggie patties. I'd be really solid. I'm not gonna lie. I could get behind that. Farber and John, thanks for the follows on TikTok. Do you know why Xbox doesn't allow mods that mess with the files? I do, actually. So they've actually banned scripting across the entire console because they had a big problem with people cheating in FPS games. So they just rolled out a console-wide ban of modified code of any sort. It did help a lot with cheating in FPS games. It's gone down significantly. Quite famously, GTA Online also very few cheaters if you're not playing on crossplay. And so they've actually done a good job with that. But the downside is that we can't have a lot of the cool mods on games like Farm Sim, you know? So that part kind of sucks. Sparx, who's the cutie in the camera? A box above Petunia. That's Petunia's dad. He's very good looking. Yeah, you're right. Oh, is it the Piri Piri burger? No, it wasn't. It was some sort of Indian one, but I also had the Piri Piri burger, and that one was incredible also. That was good. Piri Piri is amazing. I think it's Portuguese, right? Yeah, incredible. A&W's kind of been killing it lately. Get out of here, Alex. Cut that out. How do we get it to where when you press the brake, it doesn't start reversing, it holds like normal? I just forget the name of the setting. My favorite setting is to turn on, what did I change? I just turned off autosave. Also, how long has it been since we saved the game? I feel like I haven't seen the save thing for a while. Let's take a look at that real quick. So you want stop and go braking. Keep the brake held to brake and automatically start reversing. So you want to turn stop and go braking off. That means it won't start reversing. But what I like even better than turning off stop and go is general settings, direction change. Turn direction change on manual and then use your paddles to go forward and back. So then your brake is never reversing. It'll always just be a brake, and then you have to shift it between forward and back. It's kind of like, it's not, you don't have to shift, but you just use the paddles to change between forward and backwards. Absolutely best way to play. I wish SnowRunner would do it because I hate when I'm braking in SnowRunner and it starts driving backwards. That crap is annoying. Why didn't you become a Sparky electrician with a name like Sparx? My grades were too bad. I dropped out of physics is why, JB. My high school experience was weird because I took International Baccalaureate English and Social Studies, and then I took dumb kids math, like borderline special ed, but not quite, like one step above special ed for math, and then I dropped out of physics. And it was very strange. It was a very strange experience because I was with the smart kids for 2 of my classes, and then I was with the dumbest people I know with the other classes. I knew what I was good at and I knew what I was bad at, and I took the appropriate classes, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't gonna fool myself. I wasn't doing like a lot of the people in International Baccalaureate. They're doing the full lineup, you know. They're doing International Baccalaureate in all of the subjects, and then they're doing the internationally ranked tests, which I did for those classes, but they would do like the full test so that they would get added to the international roster and stuff like that, and good for them. I hope they got great jobs. I just took it because the other stuff was too easy and we read stupid kid books like English -1. The books that we were reading were like, it was virtually Cocomelon, dude. It was horrendous. I wanted to read good books, and write essays on good books. So we went in IB so we could do like 1984 and Animal Farm and stuff like that. Had a way better time. Can I have your cat? No, she's mine. Too dense to be a Sparky. Damn, that's dense. I don't know. Electricians always seem like they need to know what they're doing. They seem like you need to be good at math, otherwise you electrocute yourself. I don't hang out with a lot of electricians. Okay, drop that there. That's so many bales, dude. Look at that. A little better that time, too. Danny, thanks for that follow. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. We're about halfway done. Dude, that's gonna be like full of straw when it's time. Should we be handling straw in bulk? No, straw actually stores way worse in bulk. It's way harder to store straw in bulk. We're gonna be doing like millions of liters of straw bales, but they're gonna store better, so that's what we'll do. I might actually have to bring people into the stream to help me move those now that I think about it. Animal Farm, you say, well, as pigs, as much as we are all equal, us pigs are more equal. Well done, JB. Well done. I was impressed to see that you've read it. WRC's fun as frick. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, KT. I agree. KT, whenever you're comfortable with it, go play our community one. KT, are you playing on a wheel or are you playing on controller? But yes, I fully agree. The electrician, you need to go to trade school. You could do it without graduating grade 10 in Alberta. Okay, so maybe I'd have been okay. Played on a wheel? If you're just playing Rally for the first time, or even if you're just playing WRC for the first time, I would recommend learning with all of the assists turned off, because it's a lot harder to learn with some assists turned on and then turn off the assists and relearn. It's gonna be hard as hell, but I would recommend trying to learn without any assists. They'll thank me later. Also, you'll get faster. That's kind of the weird part is the assists hold you back once you get to a certain level. The automatic throttle control actually makes it worse. So once you get to a certain point, you want to turn the assists off just to get that extra, what do you call it? Like performance out of it, I guess. Lucas, thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. We're playing on Nadenthal, Manitoba. Gonna need an extra large trailer with auto bale loading. I really will. I was actually considering if I could stack them like this and load them onto a semi-trailer easily, but I couldn't think of a good way to do it, so I'm just gonna drive these. I also don't need to do more bales than this. Like, I'm getting rid of this grass after. I just cut it to help pay off the field, really. Damn, everything is on 5-level assist. Oh no. Do it. Turn them all off. KT, turn them all off and see what happens. Record it also. Record it. I swear it's a good time. It's a nightmare. No, it's not. It's a nightmare. It's horrible the first time you do it. But once you get used to it, it's so insanely rewarding. Also, then kids will come into your TikTok and they'll be like, oh, this game is so easy, you're driving so slow. And then you throw them into an unassisted club and they post the lowest score you've ever seen. That feels good too. That's a nice feeling. I'm not gonna lie, that's part of the reason I like to do unassisted clubs, is because you have a lot of these like heavy assist people with a big ego seeing you drive, and it's a wake-up call when they get to drive without assist for the first time. We did, oh my god, it was so fun. So when I was doing F1 for the first time, I was doing F1 and I was practicing and I was like, I'm getting pretty good at this. So we played on stream. Chat was like, there's no way you're that good. I've been playing for hundreds of hours. I'm amazing. Get me in game. I'm gonna dust you. So I started up a save. I started up a group race with no assists, and everybody got their cars. And we started the race, and 10 people in front of me started doing donuts because they had never driven without traction control before. It was the most humbling experience, I think, for a lot of these people, but it was a very good experience for me because I had learned to drive F1 unassisted from the start. So to see all of these people who were talking shit now doing donuts on the starting line without, you know, they weren't trying to do donuts on the starting line. That's a good feel. That's a good feeling. I would do time trial with all off. Okay, good luck. Yeah, you definitely can have an ego once you drive unassisted in racing games. Even in Forza, like even there's no game modes in Forza that enforce no assist. You never really get the chance to do it, but you drive very fast without assists in Forza compared to some of the assist users, and they will accuse you of cheating for sure. I do medium traction control in F1 because I'm on controller. Oh, dude, I couldn't do it on controller. I could not do unassisted F1 on controller. The traction, like the throttle control that you need to have in an F1 car is by far way more finicky than any other motorsport I've ever driven. I could not do unassisted traction control on a controller in F1. There's no shot. Is Twitch your career? It actually is somehow. I don't know how we ended up here, but yes. What's the best mod in your opinion? The hand liftable consumables, I think, is the best mod in the game. It fixes a lot of the progression issues with starting from scratch, and yeah, I definitely recommend checking it out. Sparx, you're my biggest streamer. Wait, Sparx, you are my biggest and favorite streamer ever. Help me when times were tough. My uncle died yesterday. Oh, Stefan, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully we can be a little bit more of a distraction. I'm sorry that happened yesterday. Definitely know what that's like. Best thing I could do is offer to distract you a little bit, because I think the worst is sitting there thinking about it. But hopefully we can get you thinking about tractors instead. Coloring, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Evan, thank you for the follow on TikTok as well. Appreciate that. I need to see if Amy's home yet. I didn't see her come in. I've been testing the Moza farm stick for a few months, actually. We'll just see how far off she is, because typically we stop stream around now, but I'll go until Amy gets home. I don't even think we have to go to the gym today. Be kind of nice. Take a little break. Whenever I go no traction control, the AI blasts me off the line because they are built different. They are. The AI are weird in F1 because they're kind of like the Forza ones. Once you get ahead of them, they're wimpy and lame. Driving at the back of the pack with AI though on like Vegas, terrible experience. Okay, she's not home yet, so we're good to go. Are you gonna put the Moza farm stick on your rig? Honestly, I don't know if I like it enough to put it on my rig permanently, because I'd have to give up a full-size joystick. Like, it would be... like, I'd put it on the right side. I'd be giving up a full-size joystick. The throttle's okay, like... if it works, the throttle's cool. I don't know if I want to give up my full-size joystick, and because then it would affect out of ore as well. Construction sim. I would get this maybe if I was just doing one joystick, but for the dual joystick setup, I don't think it's the move. I don't think it's the move. I had it mounted while I was filming it, so you'll see that in the video, but I ended up taking it back off and putting my normal joystick back on. Do you think the farm stick is worth it? The Thrustmaster one? Yes. Yeah. The Moza one, if you've got a driving rig and you only intend to put one stick on, also yes. Still think I might like the farm stick better, but yeah, the Moza one is just very circumstantial, I guess. Not that people who drive on a desk typically shop Moza. Like, Moza is a little more of a hobbyist brand than a casual brand. So I would imagine most people shopping Moza are on a driving rig. So maybe that's why they made it like that, because they just knew people were gonna bolt it down anyways, which I guess is fair. And you'd have mismatched sticks. I think that's the part I wouldn't like. I like that my joysticks match, because then anytime I'm using dual joysticks, it's very comfy. Are you doing any giveaways soon? And is there any for Xbox and PS5? It's kind of rare to do giveaways for Xbox and PS5. We actually do partner with Xbox directly a couple times a year, and in those cases, we do get to give away Xbox games. Haven't heard from Sony. Gear would be the only time where we'd get stuff for Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, so we may do like Maybe we do an Xbox farm stick and a PlayStation farm stick, and we give away a couple of those. I'm looking into a giveaway like that. So we'll see. Yeah. They should do a left-hand Moses stick as well. Or I think just an attachment, just a standalone version of that joystick. No panel, no throttle, just that joystick. I think would be a good buy. Yeah. Back on the food area, have you ever had Wingstop? Honestly, no. I got really good. Okay, so shortly after I graduated high school, I moved out of my parents' place. I think I was moved out within a year. And I did not have a lot of money. So I really got into budgeting, but I also got into cooking at the same time. I was ordering a lot of food and I was like, you know what? I'm spending a lot of money on food that I'm ordering. Stuff like wings and pizzas and burgers and stuff like that. Spending a lot of money on the food that I'm ordering. I'm going to learn how to make these really well. I'm going to skip this because I want to pick up bales. I'm going to learn how to make all of these things really well. So I spent that year perfecting a pizza dough recipe, perfecting burgers. I think burgers is probably my weakest, and perfecting chicken wings. I have not had chicken wings in a restaurant that taste as good as the chicken wings that I can make at home. I have perfected it. It's perfect. It's a perfect recipe. I like unbreaded, so it's a little bit easier. I do them in the oven, and I use baking powder or baking soda. Baking soda. I use baking soda to crisp up the skin as if it was deep fried, and I could do like 60 of them for $20. So I don't really go to wing places because now it feels like a waste. You pay like 25 bucks for 10 wings and then they're gone. I'd rather make 60 wings at home for 20 bucks. And now I don't get wings when I go out anymore. I thought you said baking soda. No, not baking soda. Although, get into this. Yeah. Let's get some baking soda. Does Amy agree? I think she likes the wings that I make. I know she likes the pizza that I make. She's not really a big fan of burgers. And then the other one that I perfected was steak. I was tired of going to restaurants for steak. So I just figured out how to do a real good cast iron pan steak. There's only one restaurant that I've been to that made a better steak than what I've been to. It was in Vegas. It was on the Strip. Can't remember the name of it. But it was the only steak I've had in a restaurant that was genuinely leagues above what I can make at home. So, but oh, deep fried pizza. I think I used a frozen pizza for the deep fried pizza, right? I don't think I put in the work to make a pizza. I think I just bought a frozen pizza and battered it and did that. Tomo, thank you for the follow, by the way. I just did my first cast iron steak the other day. It came out pretty good for a first timer. Very tasty. What cut did you do, Everdream, for your cast iron steak? If you ever get the Louisiana dry rub and the hot honey rub. For what? For wings? I sauce them up just with... Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a secret. It's my secret sauce. I'm never gonna sell this, so it doesn't need to be a secret. Frank's Red Hot Buffalo, 50%, a little bit of butter, and peri peri sauce. Doesn't really matter what brand. I can't remember what brand I used, but peri peri sauce as the other 50%. You get this like spicy buffalo peri peri sauce. It's incredible. Use it. Steal that. Steal that. I swear it'll be good. When you cook burgers, do you smash them or you just keep them normal? Oh, it's a mood thing for me. Smash burgers are good. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a couple of smash patties. Nice crispy dry burger. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a nice thick medium rare burger though. I'd say it's a mood thing for me. I don't know why people freak out about smash burgers. Like it's just a different burger product. I like them either way, but mood thing for me. And he does it on a boat. I do not do it on a boat. I will. I wish I had a boat. I did use a frozen pizza. Okay. I'm great at making steak when on a hike on a small stove. Anything tastes great when you're on a hike. That's the nice part. Or camping. You don't have to cook well when you're camping because everything tastes good because you've been living outside for 3 days. You can make whatever while you're camping and it tastes good. Also, you're day drunk most of the time, so like, who cares? If you make it yourself, you get just the way you like it. I only eat out to get inspired and try new things. I agree with that. I agree. There are certain things where I might try them at home, but generally restaurants does it better. Sushi. You can make sushi at home, but you need to buy a lot of ingredients and it's a lot of work. And frankly, I think it's worth the price to just buy it. A lot of deep fried stuff. I have a deep fryer, but it's a hassle. The house smells like oil for 3 days. It's a mess. Sometimes I'd rather just buy some fried chicken. You know, I can make fried chicken. It's decent, but some things are just worth buying somewhere else where somebody else could do the cleanup and somebody else's building could smell like deep fried oil. So there are certain things that I'll order. Yeah, sushi being one of them for the hassle. Chicken being one for the hassle of deep frying. It's another one that you would get at a restaurant and not bother. Fried at home is a pain. The deep fryer did make it easier. Like, I was using a Dutch oven and just deep frying in that for the longest time, and that wasn't too bad. Bought a deep fryer. That took some of the mental load out of it. You know, it just maintains the temperature. You get the basket. Like, that makes it a little bit easier, but generally it's just a hassle. And it's not like deep fried food is expensive. You know, it's not like by deep frying wings at home I can save, or deep frying wings actually is a bad example because you can save a lot of money, but it's not like deep frying chicken at home. You save 50 bucks. It's like you save what, 10 bucks on a bucket of chicken by doing it at home. Chicken at the grocery store is almost as expensive as it is like cooked at a restaurant. I'd rather just order some like Korean fried chicken and call it a day because you're not really saving that much money. Same with sushi. Sushi's another one. You spend basically the same amount buying the stuff you need for sushi, not to mention the hassle that goes into making it. Why not? Off topic, how long have you had the Thrustmaster joystick on your left? This one? 4 years now? I got this one 3 or 4 years, you think? This one drives the tractor? What the heck? I didn't know that. That's crazy. 3.5 years for that one. This one's my OG PC farm stick. I got this one when they released the Xbox One for the first time. And or is this the PlayStation one? No, I got this one when they released the PlayStation one. I also have an Xbox one floating around somewhere. But when tried to fry a chocolate bar, it didn't go well. It's finicky, so you gotta freeze them. We actually did this on stream last year. We deep fried a Mars bar. I froze it, I battered it, but then I left it in there for too long. It literally does need to be like 30 seconds in and out. I also think I would flour it after battering it because the batter stuck to the basket and then the chocolate melted and I lost half my batter. So you got to go like heavily frozen chocolate bar, battered, probably end with a flouring, and then in real quick and out instead. I don't know if you can maybe like freeze it with a layer of batter on there. Maybe that would help. I don't know. How much stick drift have you experienced in the first one? 0. 0 in this one. 0 in this one. The Xbox One did get it. Thrustmaster offered to fix it, but I had 2 of them, so I was just like, don't worry about it. I've got 2. I'm good to go. They'll fix it. If you get stick drift in these, they will fix them. First thing you should do is calibrate it. Honestly, half of the issues are fixed by just calibrating. The other half of it really is a defect. They will fix it for you. That's also why I recommend buying straight from them. They should make these Hall effects. I think that's the only downside. It's part of the reason they're only 120 bucks, right? Is they're not Hall effect. I think it would be worth charging 150 for these, moving to Hall effect instead, because then there's a much lower chance of ever developing drift. And even though they'll fix them, I think it would just cut that hassle, so it'd be nice. Make it like a blue steak, like blue rare. Blue is only really good on certain cuts. Like a New York strip is not good blue. You want to render that fat out and cook it in its own juices. That's good. But a tenderloin, fantastic blue. But you do miss out on some of that char. Like if you get a nice fat tenderloin, 3-inch tenderloin, you can cook the hell out of the outside and it's still going to be raw on the inside. Blue rare is a little... I'd rather do a thicker cut and then do like a proper crust and still get a little bit of that super rare inside rather than just doing the 10 seconds on each side to, you know, get a blue rare steak, but you don't get any of that crust. I guess it would be good on I don't know, maybe thinner cuts. You could do it like that, but thicker cuts let you get the best of both worlds, you know? Did you deep fry any haggis? I don't remember. No, we didn't deep fry any haggis. That would have been a tough one, but be tasty. It would be tasty. Does your farm stick ever turn and not turn on with your PC? The lights are weird. Yeah, so the lights, I think it's got some sort of dormant mode where the lights are only on if they're actually in use or something like that, because the lights aren't always on, but then I'll boot up the game and the lights on the sticks will turn on. So they've got some sort of sleep mode or something like that, I guess. So they don't always turn on with my PC, but by the time I'm playing my game, they're good to go. I actually did a hardcore save on Highlands Fishing and it was very good. It was very solid. These will be sold. So these need to ferment a little bit. There's just grass in there. These need to go through the fermentation process and then they'll be, you know, ready to sell. But they need at least a month to do that. So we'll put them away. We'll put them in the barn and then we'll go back and we'll sell them. I don't know how I'm going to load them into a truck, but it's a question for later, I guess. Sort that out some other time. Why is Xbox graphics so bad for Farmstead 25 even though I have an Xbox Series X? Because Xbox needs to accommodate the Series S. This is one of the biggest issues with Xbox consoles right now. Even though you're on a Series X, every game you play, according to Xbox, needs to run on the Series S, which means they can't make it look as good as they can on the PS5. That's why a lot of games run at 30 FPS on the Series X, but run at 60 FPS on the PS5. Technically, the Series X is a slightly more powerful machine than the PS5. But because Xbox mandates that the games all need to run on the Series S, they are all throttled down to run on the Series S, and you never get to take advantage of the Series X, which is absolutely silly. So a lot of these games look better on the PS5, even though the Series X is objectively better built. Like it's got higher specs. It just never gets to use it. It's so funny, dude. Xbox screwed it up with that one for sure. You need an X series enhancement. X series, like I don't know. You could, yeah, I don't know what you could do. Don't cloud game it? Honestly, cloud gaming? Kind of into it. I'm kind of into it. I got a TV that can play Xbox without an Xbox, and it kind of rocks, dude. Like, so when I got the TV, I wanted to test the cloud gaming. So I fired up Forza Horizon 6 on the cloud gaming and played some of that. I have been playing it on my Series X for a while. Genuinely microscopic differences. There was a little bit more delay on the cloud gaming, which you didn't notice after like 5 minutes. And it looked pretty much the same. It kind of made me regret buying an Xbox. I should have just used cloud gaming the whole time, but it wasn't really a thing. When I bought the Xbox, cloud gaming wasn't really a thing. And my internet wasn't good enough at the time, and I didn't have a TV that could run it, so whatever. I don't super regret it. Now that I got the Steam machine, though, I haven't touched the Xbox. Trust me, TikTok glazes cloud gaming, as they should. Cloud gaming is great. You wouldn't use cloud gaming if you have an Xbox, but like you should glaze cloud gaming. It's underappreciated for people that don't have an Xbox, can't afford an Xbox, but they have a way to cloud game, like they've got a phone, which most of us have. Cloud gaming rocks. You just need something to run it, and you need strong enough internet. That's it. More the pixel rate, no idea what it's called. GPS is the worst depending on internet too. Bit rate is what you're talking about. But remember, and the FPS. I was getting 60 FPS, wasn't a problem. But bit rate is a problem depending on your internet. But remember, the alternative isn't versus a console. The alternative to cloud game is nothing, because anybody with a console is not cloud gaming. If you have a console, you're downloading the game on your console and you're playing it. Cloud gaming is not for people who have a PC or have an Xbox or have a PlayStation. Cloud gaming is for people who only have a phone or only have a TV, where their alternative is they don't get to play those games. And so they don't mind that they're playing in a lower bit rate than if you were playing on the console. They don't mind if you're playing with a little extra delay. They don't even mind if you're playing at 30 FPS compared to 60 because their alternative is nothing. Their alternative is mobile games, and that's it. So I think people get the wrong idea. Like, nobody's trying to argue that console or cloud gaming is better than console or better than PC, because anybody that knows their stuff knows that that's not true. But you have to think about it from a consumer level of who's actually using this product. It's like the PC versus console thing. Like, there's this silly argument by low IQ Redditors where they're, you know, trying to argue that PC is way better than console. Yeah, of course. It's 5 times the price. It better be way better than console. That's not the argument. The reason people have a console is they can't afford a PC, or they don't want to get a PC, or there may be a bunch of different reasons. They don't have consoles because they think console is better than a PC. They have a console because it is in their price range, or they don't have the couple hours a week or a couple hours a month you need to maintain a PC. They just want something they turn on and it works, and that's fair too. I feel like a lot of these conversations miss the point, and the cloud gaming one has been the most egregious I've seen in a while, because people are pooping on cloud gaming but misunderstanding who's using cloud gaming, you know. Petunia wants to play too. Oh, Amy's home, so Petunia's all excited. I have less issue with ping and getting kicked from games on console. Of course you do. Of course you do. Because if you have a console, you're gonna play on if you have a console, don't worry about cloud gaming, unless you want to play something on your phone, I guess. Don't worry about cloud gaming. You don't need it. You got a console. Don't even think about it. You'll never cloud game. It's not the point. I guess they offer cloud gaming as an option on your console. I don't know why you'd ever do that, because if your internet is good enough for cloud gaming, then your internet is good enough to download the game. I guess maybe if you want to play a game that you don't have space to download and you don't want to delete any games, then I guess, but that's a super niche reason to cloud game even if you already have a console. It's not for console owners. It's not for PC owners. It's not for most of us, to be honest with you. It's for people who only have a device that can't game on its own. Not cloud gaming, just in general. I haven't cloud gaming in ages. Oh, I see. You have less issues with ping and getting kicked on games on console. Yes, that's totally normal, because consoles run games in a more efficient way for the specs that they have, because you have a trillion different ways that you could build a PC, and so a PC game has to work for all of them. There's only one way that your Xbox can be built, and so Xbox developers can basically like hyper optimize for the console, where there's 10 million of them. There's more than 10 million consoles, but they can hyper optimize for that console, and so everything gets better. Network gets better, latency gets better, frame rate is better. Even frankly, frame rate can be better on a console than its equivalent on, like, equivalent specs in PC, because everything is optimized for the console. But another benefit of having a console over a PC, honestly. You're my inspiration to start streaming Farm Sim. No way, dude. I hope you enjoy that. I like streaming Farm Sim, so that's totally fair. I hope you're having a good time. Miller, thank you for the follow, by the way. You can actually play Farm Sim 25 on Xbox One with cloud gaming, so there are some uses. Oh, I didn't think about that. The older Xboxes can play modern Xbox games through cloud gaming, even though they can't play it on the device. That's a really good reason. The other thing is console players can use it to play PC games. I don't think they could do it on their console. There was a short time where you could do this. I think Xbox has quietly stopped that from happening. But like, if you only have an Xbox Series S and you want to play some Out of Ore, you could use NVIDIA GeForce and play it on your phone or your TV or your laptop or whatever crappy screen you have that couldn't actually run it. You can play PC games that you couldn't play on your console. So yeah, I guess that's another really good use for it as well. Oh, Landon, thank you for those 100 bits, dude. I appreciate that. You used to do that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Did you see that controller by Moser for Farm Sim? Any thoughts? Yeah, I've been playing with it for a couple of months now. Some good and some bad. I think if you have a driving rig, it's a really good option. If you're on a desk, no good. I mean, maybe if you get a desk mount for it, but then you need a desk mount for your wheel as well, because it's so far back, you need a desk mount too. It's a circumstantial device for sure. The keybinds are really rough. That could change. I know they could improve their keybinds, so that could change. But as of today, the keybinds are still really rough. Like the buttons on the back of the joystick, so the triggers on the back of the joystick, they swap vehicles. Nobody would ever think that. Nobody who's ever played this game would think that that's a good setup, but that's what they do. Not a huge fan of that. All right, chat, we better wrap it up here.